it on time so that we can finish sessions in the times that we have planned, and we can get to enjoy the wines and honey of the great city of Dodoma. I want to invite the moderator of our first session today. The moderator is an experienced insurance executive with more than 38 years of expertise in the insurance business locally and internationally. So his experience in insurance is close to my age, by the way. He's a graduate and chartered member of the Insurance Institute of London in the field of insurance in Uganda. He has played key roles in the Uganda Insurance Commission, Uganda's Insurance Association, and the Insurance Training College. And he is active socially and support various boards. Now, he is a great speaker that will be facilitating this morning session on regulatory landscape. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Solomon Lubondo. All right, so now I gave this panelist the role of the moderator, and I was about to give the moderator the role of a panelist. So our moderator for this session is Mr. Maurice Amagola, with 25 experience of insurance business in Kenya and Uganda, also an associate of the Chartered Insurance. Mr. Maurice has been working in the brokerage fraternity with the Mines, the AIG. He has worked with the Uganda Insurance Institute and the Uganda Insurance Brokers Association. Let's invite with a warm round of applause Mr. Maurice Amagola.
Dear fellow delegates, Hamjamboni. I am delighted this morning to be with you and to start off. With a very important theme, the power of Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, insurance is a very, very crucial service. It's a very vital service in the financial services, in all economic setup. And of course, insurance does not work in isolation. You know very well that we need that vital service for the insurance. And of course, you know that insurance is insurance of insurance. And this is the entire value chain that gives us that ability to provide services to our clients. And before we get there in terms of the regulatory landscape, we have 6 core principles that govern everything we do. And all of these, I'm sure you know about it, and I'm sure you know how we then enshrine them in the policy terms and conditions. And these 6 core principles: utmost good faith, indemnity, subrogation, proximate cause, insurable interest, and of course the corollaries of contribution. And definitely there is key in terms of loss minimization. All these are critical, but then they can't operate in isolation. We will take these core principles, then we put them in the policy terms and conditions. And that's why you're here, for you to be able to get all these principles. One, ask the client to give a proposal. And of course, for that broker, it's not a proposal form, but a risk note. So the risk note is the proposal form that is designed by a broker that the insurer will look at before he can give you the terms and conditions of the policy. And of course, these principles, they started some time ago, and they have been varied over time. They have been varied over time. Remember, there was a time you could not insure a person unless you have insurable interest. So I can insure the Commissioner of Insurance if I lend him my 1 million Tanzanian shillings. And as long as he has not paid me back, I have interest to ensure that I can insure him. For God forbid, if something goes wrong, then I can recover. But if that interest is not there, then I cannot dare. Otherwise, I'll be committing a fraud, and then it will not be an enforceable insurance contract. And of course, these core principles being tested time and again, we have even had to go to court. Then sometimes even after court, the country then looks at all the pros and cons, and then they put in the law to make sure then everything is properly regulated. And these regulations, they didn't start today. For all of you who know, and those of you who profess the Bible, there was somebody called Hammurabi, the lawgiver. If you know Hammurabi, during the Mesopotamian times, he was actually ruling, or he was a king those days, ruling his subjects using regulations. And nearer home, you know, when the Israelis were running up and down, trying to get to the promised land, there was a gentleman who was their chief. Is it chief shepherd or chief? And he was called Moses. And for you who profess the Christian faith, you know that Moses was given the 10 commandments. But these 10 commandments were social regulations. They were not law. So they were just to make sure that the people then could operate in an environment where there is harmony. So the practice of insurance, which is what we are now doing in each country and in each economic bloc, is determined by the soundness of the market. If you want your market to be sound, you must make sure you follow these regulations. You must make sure you follow some of these regulations, which are not actually law. Some of them are self-regulations. Sometimes we have our code of conduct. Code of conduct is actually self-regulations within associations. You don't want everything to be written in black and white by the regulator, because when he comes to enforce, then you know the penalties and the challenges that come with it. And of course, the maturity of an insurance market is depending on the penetration And the general acceptance of insurance, innovation and practices depend again on the maturity of the market. You remember sometimes when things go wrong, they can go terribly wrong. If you remember what happened during the US about 10 years ago, when they went into this mortgage market, and they were actually selling air, because the intention was they were giving people loans to buy houses, but these people who were being given loans didn't have the ability to pay. And almost the US economy came crashing down, and you remember there was that insurer had to be bailed out by the US government. And that is the challenge when you don't have laws and regulations, and then you don't have very strict follow-up of some of these laws that govern contracts. You know that recently, about 10 years ago, in the UK, there was an insurance market that was charged £5 million penalty for mis-selling. So sometimes these things happen, and that's why we need these regulations and laws to make sure we do the right thing. I've already introduced the panelists, so allow me to call Mr. Justin Mwandu. Of course, the details of his profile are already in the notebook that we have. I will not repeat that. But please allow me to invite Justin to talk to us about legislative policy-oriented regulation and non-legislative regulations. Please note that, non-legislative. Nobody is telling you follow, but we must sit down and agree that we need to look at those. And this is to ensure a level playing field in the insurance market. Justin, you're welcome.
Good morning. I expected to have slides here. Anybody responsible for this? Ah, okay. Is there? This one. Thank you. Now, as the moderator said, my task here is to look at the legislative policy-oriented regulations and non-legislative regulations in ensuring level playing field in the market. Now, you see, I expected that because as a panelist, we could have been led by the moderator by asking some questions so that we respond. But later we are told we have to prepare slides. So excuse me for that. Now I'll approach this topic by asking some key questions. One of the questions is that is Tanzania insurance law still as it was some 20 years ago? Well, the answer to this, I will try to highlight some key issues which came about after, especially after the amendment of the first law, Insurance Act of 96 or 97? 96, I think. Now, which was repealed by the current law, which is of 2009. Now, some of these improvements is the very famous cash and carry system, which was introduced by the amendments of 2017. Now, of course, we came up to this system after a period when we were operating like we are not professionals. This is the time when people, especially we, brokers, we were holding the insurance premium for a long time without knowing that this money was required to perform the function of paying claims. So there are a lot of outstanding premiums due from brokers especially. And one of the measures which a regulator takes when he wants to renew your policy, he makes sure that you have no outstanding premiums due to insurers. But in this particular case, if you fail to justify why you didn't remit the money, the commissioner can even deny your renewal. Now, what was being said, or the excuse, was to tell the commissioner that we have a payment plan so that you continue operating. But these payment plans were not met. And especially, you find that, I'm sorry, this problem was very prominent with the big brokers. Now, of course, there was no way out. The commissioner was to come up with these regulations, new regulations, that now we depart from the usual practice of paying premiums where you are giving a sort of a relief to a policyholder to prepare himself pay premium. Sometimes, as you can see, they were given days of grace, like the previous, the law previously before the amendment. If the insurance was passed through a broker, then the insured was given 7 days to pay the premium, and 14 days for the broker to remit the premium. Now, enough is enough. Sometimes things have to be remedied. And for that matter, the commissioner came up with this remedy so that we pay the premium up front. And no keeping of premiums. So with this, the effect of this cash and carry is that nowadays no days of grace, as I said. And previously the market has a practice of premium payment warrant, where you would pay in installments, but at least you pay a deposit. Now with this cash and carry, we no longer have this system. Now it is working not only to the detriment of the policyholders, because now policyholders are forced to pay upfront, which is not the practice in the insurance sector, especially when the business is passed through the broker. So all in all, this regulation was introduced to remove abuse by some players in a view to protecting policyholders. So it had a good intention. But regulations sometimes, when they are passed, they don't live forever. And I'll come to a point later when that we players, if we exercise a professionalism, we can convince the regulator to, consider whether we should continue with this practice or not. Because we have not done research on this, but I'm sure most people are not insuring, or they are taking simple products simply because they cannot afford to pay premium upfront. Now, even if we are saying we have this, premium financing by bankers, this to some extent is just to me, it's just an additional cost to a policyholder. because the banker is not giving this financing for free. It's on business. You are taking a loan. Now, the worst thing with this system, it was very unfortunate. When the system came, there was also a policy decision by the government that we pay VAT on premiums, which even added more on the expenses of insurance. Now, a matter of time, we can continue with another development, the bank assurance. Now, this one came, of course, with the 2019 regulations in bank assurance, GN 216. Now, this system was thought to at least add some players who it is thought this player has some people have some confidence on it. That is the banks. For a long time, the relationship between banks and customers is very good. So it was thought that if we introduce this channel of distribution, then we could increase distribution to especially people who use bank facilities, who are many. Now, of course, the system historically, this type of channel of distribution, bank assurance, is not very old. It is prominent in Western Europe, and it started actually in France in 1970s. And that's why even the name is derived from its French name, Bank Assurance. This was in 1970s. Now, of course, it is spread to other countries like Spain and so on and so forth. The system is not very prominent in, it's not very practiced in UK. I don't know now. It is not very prominent there. And it's just a recent development in US, because in US there was a contention like it is here, that banks will bring an unfair competition. And because banks offer loans, they can even pressure their would-be customers to take insurance simply because they want that facility of loans. But of course, there is no research to show that, although there are some malpractices to some extent, which people are complaining about tight selling in our system. Now, what banks do mostly in these countries like Europe and elsewhere, they mostly transact life business. And actually, this is the purpose of banks. Banks should not go into complicated risks because they have no expertise. So you find that globally, for example, in 2018, about not 20, this is not 20%, this is 29%. It was a typing error. 29% of life insurance was sold through bank assurance. So you can see the importance of bank assurance, especially in enhancing life insurance in our country. If seriously they take this as their major, because this is where now we want the trust. They believe that, banker customers have a trust in their bankers, on the banks. And for that matter, the bank can easily convince a person to take life assurance, even through the savings they make with banks. And now, there are other kinds of insurance. Of course, there is a matter of concession here, and I'll talk it later about the interference of banks with brokers' business and whatever. But that one I'll talk on another question. Now, of course, the other development was the establishment of the Ombudsman Service, which is very important for ensuring that there is a balance between complainants and the insurance companies. So this one is there to ensure that customers get what they deserve, and they are not prejudiced because of maybe some minor prints in their policies. Because normally insurers make this, I mean, people don't read their policies, and they take advantage of them to deny claims. So this person is there to ensure that people get what they deserve, especially when a claim arises. Now, the regulations, of course, limit the exercise of this person to a maximum of claims up to 40 million, sorry. Is it 40 million? Can you help me? Is it 40 million? What? 40 billion, eh? Okay, we'll check it later. I think it's 40 billion claims. I'll check, and I think again there might be a spelling mistake there. Another development is the insurance tribunal, establishment of the insurance tribunal. Of course, this is also intended to make to bring a fair play between the registrants and the regulator, where you find that the regulator makes a decision which aggrieves some of the concerned registrant. Then this is the forum where they can bring the case and get a decision. So it is there to make it, to ensure fair play again. Now this between the regulator and the players themselves. Now there are these, another development is the security deposits or trust funds. Now again, this is intended to make protection of policyholders, especially where you find that an insurer failed to meet a liability simply because it's cash constraint, and they cannot meet that liability from their own resources. And during the closure of business, all the promises which are there, especially claims, must be met so that the policyholder is not prejudiced because the insurer goes under. So this is another development. And of course, there were some problems sometimes of ensuring that this money is kept there in the bank, central bank, all the time. Now, the regulator came up with the recent regulations where now trust accounts have to be opened with the commercial banks to ensure that the money goes into the fund at the correct time without any gaps. There is another one which I forgot, another development was the introduction of minimum rates. This is another development which, of course, was forced, the regulator was forced to do so because of malpractices among the players. That there was a lot of undercutting each other, and to bring sanity in the market, when these rights were brought. It's not good. It's not good, but sometimes the regulator is forced to make actions because when you bring minimum rates, you are introducing a tariff sort of business, which is you are forcing underwriters not to exercise their skills in assessing the risk or in underwriting the risk. You charge the same premium for whatever risk which is brought, bad and good. Same premium. There are people who are careful enough. They don't, for example, if you take motor, there are people who use their cars, maybe for just social activities and so on and so forth. Time, eh? Okay. So I'm told the time is rushing. Now let us go to the second question. I'll be quick now. Are we overregulated or underregulated today as an industry? Well, I have no answer for this. But I think the pace of the regulator introducing regulations from now and then can be looked as an overregulation, but of course they are brought for a purpose. For example, just last year, 8 guidelines were issued. And this year, yesterday, there were issued 3 of them. Now, the question is this too fast? Well, I said it might be too fast because of reasons or because of us players. We are forcing the regulator to come up with this. Now, it is said from practice that usually regulations or whatever guidelines, they have to be assessed within a period of 3 years to see if they are effective. Now, if your regulations are coming from now and then, even the monitoring or supervision of it to ensure that they are effective might not be felt. So we can discuss this later, but let's go to a third question. Is self-regulations working in the market? Now, this is where our role as players come into. You see, and we can derive from the previous question that are we really self-regulating? Because if you are keen in self-regulation as a market, I think the commissioner can be there just to watch what is going on. He cannot come with punitive, whatever, restrictive guidelines or regulations like we have seen previously. Now, the question is, are we, as a market, exercise self-regulation? I don't have an answer, but I think every one of you would have his own explanation. But to me, to guess that self-regulation here is very minimal or non-existent. There are a lot of issues which can be solved amongst the players themselves, but we are not doing it. And as such, we are forcing the regulator to come up with guidelines or regulations. There are some issues, for example, issues of outstanding premiums among the players themselves, insurers. You see, if you see the records of many financial records of many insurers, you find that they have outstanding premium among each other, very huge, and there is no reconciliation whatever. They just go like that. There is also the issue of minimum rates undercutting. Was not necessary if we are exercising professionalism and ensuring that we don't undercut each other. And the thing is that there are no sanctions which are given by respective associations like Tiba and ATI. You know, these are not trade unions. These are professional associations. We don't warn each other. We just look, you see a person undercutting, we just keep quiet. So we have to exercise self-regulation if we have to ensure that, and like the moderator said, we have codes of conduct, but how far are we following them? Now, the last question is, do our laws and regulations still support a level playing field in the market? Of course, these are, the answer can be yes, but there are issues which are still of contentious, like the bank assurance and brokers. There was a struggle that brokers were complaining that bankers are now becoming prominent, they're taking their business. But of course, the regulator has come up with regulations on the bank operations, guidelines on bank assurance operations. Now, he has excluded some of the product or insurances, and which should not be conducted by bank assurance. If you look at those guidelines, you can see those insurance types or classes which the bank assurance now cannot transact. So, as I said, there are some of the, according to the conduct of bank assurance, there are some of the classes which they cannot transact, simply because, of course, they don't have much expertise on those risks. Now, there is an issue which was yesterday dwelt, the president of the chairman of Tiba yesterday touched on it, even the guest of Anna touched on it, that there's this issue of brokers. He gave some names like they're like wakunga, they're like lawyers, whatever. But how can a professional person advise but not be able to handle premiums? You know, this removes trust, like it was discussed yesterday. This removes trust from customers. That we are giving our money, but even if we are not trusted by the regulator, why? So there is a tendency, or there is a notion that the brokers are somehow marginalized and reduced to somehow agents. They are not different from agents. And cases we are now tendering, or it was said yesterday by one of the participants, tendering, you tender, but the invoice is written in the name of the insurer. It's a bit strange. The issue of tight selling, I don't know how much the regulator is keeping on this, but I think there's, it has to look into, because like the Americans, they are very conscious on this, tight selling on the part of our bankers. And there is an issue of accreditation, which was, of course, the guidelines which are issued yesterday. They've tried to address some of the issues which were contentious, especially regarding the foreign brokers and the local brokers. With regard to provisions of the national local policy content, that local brokers were not given or are not given much attention than the outsiders. So to build the capacity locally might take a lot. But of course, I've not read the regulations, the guidelines which I issued yesterday, but I think they are trying to solve this particular a problem. So when you read, you can find. So because of time now, can I stop here? And maybe we can continue during the question session.
Thank you, Justin, for giving us a summary of where we are in terms of legislation, and still the challenge of making sure that we do work to bring the trust gap to what is expected. So this is food for thought, and I think as practitioners, we need to continually ask ourselves, are we doing the right thing? When we are in our offices, are we putting in the right policies? Are we making sure that we are explaining our contracts correctly to our clients? So again, is a continuous area for us to develop and make sure we have the right policies in place. I think let's hear from our second panelist, who will discuss the issue of consumer protection, a regime entrenched regulations to safeguard the consumer. And as I said, the reason why we are here is the issue of the consumer. So whatever we say ultimately must touch on the consumer and ensure that we are able to serve them for our ability to survive, especially the species called an insurance broker. It's an endangered species and needs to make sure that they are able to protect themselves using the skills that are developed. Mr. Solomon Robondo.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. The microphone is not very kind with me, but we will try to cope. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I salute you, Mr. Commissioner, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'll straight away go into the subject as was assigned. The power of an inclusive insurance market is a topic we are discussing this morning. And to get into the subject, over the next 7 slides, I will be looking at the areas, and I chose to point a gun to ourselves to ask the questions that will prepare the landscape for our discussion. When we talk about the customer, I felt it important to look at how we define the customer, the future customer, or the customer we have been made to think is the customer. Just a few facts to put their presentation into perspective. Being a broker, I best understand broking, though I was an underwriter. Just enthuse on a few facts that could impact on our penetration or our consumer service delivery. And then also recognize the regulatory aspects of consumer protection. Mr. Commissioner, I'm not going to argue here. I want to discuss with the regulator how effective or where do we converge with the actions of the regulator, putting it into the perspective of what we have seen, and we'll close the discussion, Mr. Moderator, sir. The word regime, I took it to mean a bus. All of us are in it. And I compare it to leadership. Once we have voted, those who are pro-regime and those who are not opposed are all subjects of the regime. So all of us are in that. And then the entrenched regulations, we have nothing to do. They are there, they are the regulations we have to follow. They told us the law is not what you want, but it is what it is. And therefore, for those of us who support and oppose, have got to obey the regulation. glad that the regulator is here, and he'll appreciate the sentiments. With a gun on our head, we ask, who is the consumer when we talk about a consumer? When we are preparing for Holy Communion, the prayers link us with the living and the non-living. That we are taking Holy Communion to sanctify ourselves, and then also looking at those who went before us and encouraging those who come after us. If we get consumer protection right, then we do understand the person we have insured and the one we have not insured. And in my discussion, I'm looking at all this together as being in one bus, and that is a regime. And then where is regulation coming from? The previous presenter has told us, but where is it going? I'm glad in his own words he said some are good, some are not good, but they are what they are. We have to move. By looking at our consumer, the past, the present, and the one to come, we also need to carry the regulator along. And this takes a bit of pain, and that's why it's a trigger. That please focus on this with a feeling of the threat of your survival. And looking at these consumers, are we operating in a demand-driven or supply-driven regime? Is penetration an excuse? Is penetration a platform for us to stand on? Do we have enough products on the market? Are they suitable? That it is the buyers who have not come? Or is there demand on the other side? Do we jump when the banks say they are lending money? Or do we jump when the Ministry of Work says everybody must have third party? Then why is our penetration where it is? Have we answered the question? Those who have lived with me, there are some words I don't want to hear. And I tell my colleagues, by continuous regurgitation of, our penetration is at 0.8, to me, it is a confession of defeat, a statement of self-condemnation. I want to hear someone say, our target is 99.2%. Because if everybody is entitled to health care, everybody is entitled to insurance protection. The slogan for our insurance association in Uganda says, promote insurance, protect the future. And I find it very inspiring. Recently at a function, our regulator, Alhaji Kadunabi, said, we blame the level of penetration on limited awareness. But research has also proved it is 60%. The lack or low level of deliberateness on the part of insurers to put products on the market that will endear customers. Probably that's why we have as many who are still out there. It's a conference for discussion. I'm no expert. And it's important to understand then, how do we understand a customer? I have found this reflection very touching. That insurance broking in Uganda can be traced back to the 50s when Hogg Robinson came to Uganda to provide workers' compensation insurance for those who were constructing the Owen Falls Dam. So before that, there was no broking. So for the good that brokers are, they only came following a project. This links with the demand and supply question I asked earlier. On their own, was there an initiative to do what we are doing today? Maybe yes, maybe no. But insurance was there because there was a company called East Africa General Insurance Company, promoted by the Asian community, which was in existence as far back as 1945. At least when I see 1945 belonging to Aegean, it means it was owned by the company in 1945. So maybe sometimes our customers or ourselves probably don't fully appreciate the insurance. Maybe we are followers. Probably the level of initiative has not been that much. It goes back. Who is the consumer? Do we understand who we want to serve? Are we deliberate on serving that person? Do we want to create someone to serve? These are the thoughts I would like us to reflect on this morning. But we also do appreciate that we're not alone in this game. Since we talk about regulatory interventions, we do appreciate that consumer protection in the insurance sector is primarily governed by the Insurance Act or statutes, which provide the legal framework to safeguard the interests of insurance consumers. The previous speaker discussed this very well, also with a question, could this have been achieved if we're left on our own? But since we're operating a regulatory regime, we have left everything to the regulator. Not we have left. The systems have set up a regulator, and we do acknowledge this. I am making reflection on Uganda because I didn't get much input from the rest of the region, but I believe it is largely the same elsewhere. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, if we think we do understand the consumer, the regulator has set up an enabling environment in which to operate. The brokers are there to think and develop the products. What is then the role of the regulator? If we do embrace this, what is his role? But before we get there, to look at some interesting figures in Uganda. I put out just a summary of what our market looks like to attempt to discuss the questions or the controversies I created earlier. The top figures mean that as of 2022, the production in our country was about $400 million equivalent. What is also interesting here is the share of gross premium, which is probably around 38 or 40%. To me, this is good because previously, about 20 years ago, life insurance contributed about 5%. And life insurance being people-linked, I think we are scratching the surface. We are getting more buyers. One may say, maybe this is because of bank schemes, credit life, and what have you. But Uganda has 40 million people, so I think many people are being touched. I think what we need to do is to improve in consumer protection, and I was told in ideal market, life would be between 60 and 70%. The scholars like Anselmi may disprove or guide me, and I'm happy to learn from this session. We also see new areas like the HMO, also having about, you can call this what, 2%, and then the micro insurance. So attempts have been made. Probably we need to intensify the efforts. But the emergence of life insurance claiming a share is energizing. What does this tell us? Combining this with the regulatory aspects, the intermediaries are the brokers who deliver the service. I find this definition strange because the definition of intermediary brokers in our country, brokers are considered among the many intermediaries who are agents, risk advisors, loss assessors, adjusters, and claim settlement agents. The roles of these people are different and distinct. But within the framework of the same law, their rights and obligations are about the same. No wonder we have missed out on PPDA because in a distribution chain, they consider us as good as the agents. We shall see that. How does that improve consumer service? Then also, maybe because of that and many others, you will note that the broker's share of the market is 28.6, down from 35% in 2021, which is about a premium of 135 million Uganda shillings. You'll note that there are 52 licensed brokers, including 3 reinsurance brokers. And within that framework of the intermediaries, there are about 3,200 licensed agents, including bancassurance agents. Now, when you talk about consumer protection, who's going to deliver the service, this is an interesting dichotomy. That only 5 brokers out of 52 control 51% of the market. Do you need affirmative action in terms of regulation to protect the 47? I don't know. But you need brokers to deliver the service. So if this doesn't work out and you lose 47, are you sure 5 will deliver the service? What do we do? Maybe we need selective regulation. Some rules for some, others for the others. But also that the brokers with just about 1% share of the broker market are about 20. Out of 52, maybe you may want to call 20 dominant. But that's not the story. Probably the others are dealing in smaller products, and they've got to intensify the volumes. But what is also interesting is that there is a broker called IO. I don't know whether you have them here. Their product is tied to third-party insurance. Their product is a third-party insurance tied to airtime. Whenever you subscribe or buy airtime, an amount X is stashed away, and this was actually developed for the borders. So their compensation is coming in, and they have 8.75% of the total broker's shares. So with the other 50 plus 1, you have already, actually 6, you already have 87% of the market. It's a challenge for consumer protection if we are advisors, or if we are guides, or if we are innovators. You look at the key regulatory elements in our country. License and regulations. The regulator licenses insurance companies, intermediaries, and other market participants to ensure they meet specific standards and comply with consumer protection laws. This is a regulatory consumer protection aspect. The regulator monitors disclosure requirements. Insurance companies are required to provide clear and comprehensive information to consumers about insurance products they offer, including policy terms, coverage details, exclusions, premiums, and any other relevant information. This transparency ensures consumers can make informed decisions. Fair practices. The insurance industry is expected to follow fair business practices, treating customers with honesty, integrity, and respect. And fair practices such as misrepresentation, deceptive advertising, or unfair claim denials should be avoided. This is an area where we are struggling with the regulator. Why promote bancassurance then? The regulator is charged to superintend over policy holders' rights. Insurance consumers have certain rights, including the right to access information about their policies, the right to privacy of the personal data, and the right to timely and fair claim settlement. The regulator coordinates the complaints grievance address. In Uganda now, complaints can be filed online. That's a mechanism over which the regulator superintends. Financial soundness. The regulator monitors the financial stability of insurance companies to ensure that they can fulfill their obligations to policyholders and avoid situations where they might become insolvent. You've heard about risk-based supervision, which is about financial soundness. And then consumer education, among the key regulatory elements. Promoting consumer awareness and education about insurance products and their rights is crucial in empowering consumers to make informed choices. The regulator should have this as a priority in their strategic plan. Likewise, the players are required to report on engagement to the public on a quarterly basis. How do we assess this? How far have we gone in this journey? Or where do we want to be? Where do we converge? I'm not arguing with the regulator, nor am I wrestling, I'm discussing with the regulator. The regulator in Uganda has set up the Marine Third-Party Portal, which is very good, because people can access insurance. It's linked to the police. They can check your sticker at the roadblock. I think it is quick sales. The problem, it has limited cover. In Uganda, the compensation is 1 million shillings per person, just about $300. It is good, it is quick for selling, but what product have you put on that portal? However, it guarantees premium collection. Because for the sticker to be uploaded, it must have an accompanying receipt. The Marine Portal, I think, is in the final stages now, that every importer buys from locally licensed companies. But what about the service? It will contribute to premium growth. We talk about issues that concern the consumer. Premium is good for us as income. But on the service side, that aspect, I think, has got to be ratified. Bank assurance, a very effective point of sale, but with a service challenge. Bankers are not insurers, and we have seen this. They take the money right away on signing a loan, or whichever way they do it. The claim is a different story. Bank assurance has not created any new customers. I am saying that without any fear of contradiction. They're just encroaching. And the bank assurance agents in Uganda proudly say, we have given insurers a run for their money. We have given brokers a run for their money. And to put it in mathematics, it explains the fall from 35% brokered business to 28%, because the business managed by bank assurance is 8.6%. So they've not created any new customers, but it is here to stay and therefore not insurmountable. There should be a discussion on how to coexist, promote the insured customer, and then also attract the uninsured customer. We can not fight or fight any longer. The regulator is the advisor to government. To what extent are government assets insured? Government remains a non-insured client. Natural hazards, you've heard about hazards, landslides in the country. I'm always arguing with my colleagues that how do you talk about disaster preparedness and you don't have an insurer on that commission? Last week, a committee presented a report to our parliament blaming the Prime Minister's office on how badly they have managed disaster preparedness. Evidently, consumers remain there, their rights not well protected. I don't know to what extent this mirrors Tanzania, but it's based on the researches I did in Uganda. And of course, medical insurance, which is not effective in Uganda, I don't know how it is here. So there are many uninsured customers there. Municipal risks. Leases require that properties developed on leases are insured against material damage and damage to the public. It's not happening in Uganda. We hear there is a dialogue going on, a paper has been written. The developers, those who have not insured on their own, remain uninsured. So whereas there are regulatory aspects, duties towards consumer protection, there is a lot lacking. I'm not wrestling with the regulator. I am discussing with the regulator. This would be business just like that. To talk in the language of Ben Kajwang, promoting compulsory insurances. There are also other risks, community risks, workers' compensation law, what is the level of enforcement? Uninsured workers remain unprotected consumers, plus their retirement plans. I think we all know the challenge our staff have when they are looking at employment. These are community risks. These are areas where regulatory intervention has got to be strengthened. The risks. There has been a spate of school fires in Uganda. Very many. They are in hundreds for this term alone. The properties are damaged, students are injured. Who's supposed to go there? The debate could be, yes, insurers should take a greater initiative, the government should follow, and therefore the importance of working together. So this entrenchment of a regime has these issues and so many questions unanswered. But it is feasible and achievable as we do move along. And that's why you should focus on it with pain. Have the trigger on your head. How well have we done in these areas? Be it regulators, be it intermediaries. And I think it's not insurmountable. We can approach this. We have oil projects. We talk about it as excitement. Have we addressed the concerns? All of them. There are issues of local content. There are issues limited. What about the traders, the ordinary motor vehicle carrier, the cargo carrier? What about the supermarket provider? Have we entrenched all these requirements there? Have we addressed them? And what about the environment? Many times you hear of revolts, you hear of rebels, you hear of demonstrations. We have so many against our project who also politicized. And tell me, I am finishing. This is the last one. But I thought we could touch this, that while we get excited, all of us share the duty equally to bring out the insured and uninsured consumer. Mr. Chairman, consumer protection is therefore sine qua non for effective delivery of insurance service. It is a must-have. If we were to say that if you talk about insurance, it must deliver very effective consumer protection. Insurance providers, brokers, and players need to harness this in their ideals, this ideal in the innovation and development goals. So whereas we talk about insurance, let's ensure protection is ingrained therein, not to hide in language barriers or restrictions or designs or as it may be. The levels of penetration being what they are, provide a platform, it means there's a lot we have left undone. Like we confess every Sunday. We have left what we ought to do and we ought to not have done. So the levels of penetration speak straight in our face and they provide a platform for interrogation of the availability and suitability of the products and our deliberateness as insurers to simplify service delivery. And in embracing this, we don't have to say much about narrowing the trust gap. This is what we should hold with the Bible, Quran in our hands, make this confession, and cover that trust gap. Consumer protection is an ongoing process. And the current regulations in Uganda, Tanzania, in the region are subject to update and improvements to entrench this regime. Mr. Chairman, in case I've overstretched my time, I really thank you very much for the full attention, and allow me also to acknowledge that I was supported a number of several others in terms of fact collection, and whenever you see those colleagues, please extend my appreciations and those of the who have enabled us bring this. So when I talk about a regulator, I'm not talking from the blue. We have input from the Director Market Development. We have our own secretariat as Insurance Brokers of Uganda, and my manager in charge of communications and compliance, who enabled us make this presentation. I hope to further this, so put it into further practical perspective at a time of discussion. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Bwana Solomon. I will not add a dot on what you have said. We are running really out of time. But it would be unjust not to talk about insurance fraud and the aspect of optimizing the consumer journey. And we had Mr. Amani, I don't know whether he's around, to cover this particular subject. Amani, you have probably 10 minutes, and I indulge from the timekeeper, then indulge again to see whether we can pick a few questions from the delegates. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yeah, I have only 10 minutes to say what I was asked to share in this conference about insurance fraud, optimizing the customer journey along the value chain. What I can say very quickly, that the insurance industry has for a long time dealt with the issue of fraud. And its impact keeps on multiplying as the companies expand their business into the internet. But despite the fight that the insurance companies especially put on against the fraud, I think now you can hear me properly. Now, despite the effort that insurers put on fighting against fraud, the way the fight is carried out may have impact negatively on customer experience. Now, the core of insuring is actually insurers promising to compensate policyholders. And from marketing perspective, the benefits and details of insurance services need to be communicated to the people and organizations that need insurance service. So that's the core of insuring. So the basic service concept has remained the same, though the manner in which insurance is transacted has changed in response to changes in demand, technology, and regulations. But insurers don't pay claims all the time because not all clients lodge claims. So basically, insurers pay claims, but at the same time, for those who do not become unfortunate, they actually buy peace of mind. So peace of mind is critical to insurance buying and insurance selling. So the promise that is given should be anchored on full disclosure and transparency. Now, insurance as a product is intangible. Peace of mind is intangible. So only a piece of paper is issued, an insurance policy, and these days people just buy over apps. So currently we see even e-policies being issued. And again, insurance by nature is transient in the sense that contracts are time-bound, either 1 year for general insurances, some run for longer time, like engineering and the like. But what is an insurance claim? I've given like 5 points that describe what an insurance claim is. Despite being a formal request from a policyholder for indemnification, It is a tangible result of insuring activities. It's a point where an intangible product becomes tangible. It is a consummation of the hope by the insurer to pay a claim. It is a moment of truth and is actually where the rubber meets the road. And this is where I think issues are. Now, according to the Center for Insurance Policy and Research 2013, they define insurance fraud, or fraud occurs when an insurance company, agent, adjuster, or consumer commits deliberate deception in order to obtain illegitimate gain. So from the broader perspective, insurers or the insurance fraternity can defraud customers, and customers can defraud insurers. So it's a two-way traffic. I think I moved faster than. So that's the definition according to the Center for Insurance Fraud. So when we talk of fraud broadly, we don't only look at consumers committing fraud, but we're also looking at the insurance players defrauding customers. That's the whole point of now trying to discuss how do we optimize their journey along the value chain. Because as insurers, insurance professionals, we defraud them. Now, how does this occur? See, fraud occurs along the insurance value chain. I call it the insurance ecosystem. From product development, the products suitable for customers, how do we sell them? Any acts of mis-selling amount to fraud. And writing disclosures. This where, as insurers, we want customers to disclose material facts, but more often than not, the insurance fraternity does not disclose facts to the customer. I've seen many claims, for example, application of average clause and the like. These things are hardly told to the insured before they buy insurance. When there's a claim, now these are the things where come, or this was in the insurance, so a claim is reduced. But these are not fully disclosed at the beginning. We have seen cases, even application of excess, where the insured is told to pay an excess, but he or she was not aware of the application of this policy condition that reduces the amount of indemnity payment. So all these non-disclosures amount to fraud. But another area that the industry could be defrauding customers is how assets and investments are managed. How insurers manage and invest funds. We have seen recently the Commissioner of Insurance created a trust account because of such kind of things. How do insurers manage funds? Because all the premium that insurers keep does not belong to them. This is policyholders' money. But how is it invested? How is it utilized? When insurers spend money, do they have their customers in mind? That this money belongs to customers. So all such kind of mismanagement of funds by the insurers particularly, because they are the ones who pay claims, amount to fraud. If investments and how money is used does not directly benefit the insuring public, then that amounts to fraud. So insurance fraud from insurers, fraud management appears to be more reactive. In most cases, management of fraud is more reactive, appears to be a wisdom of hindsight. This hurts customers and mars their experience. So insurers tend to ask more questions precedent to liability than they do prior to contract. More questions are asked when there's a claim, and fewer are asked before a contract is done. So in the interest of time, I would simply touch on what thoughts behind this, especially aspects to consider for better customer experience. Because I think time is. one of the things that we need to consider as players in order to give customers a good experience along the value chain is transparency. Insurance brokers have a professional duty. This making the market transparent play a role in ensuring there's full disclosure of underwriting information and the like from both sides. So brokers should disclose facts from the insured, but also they should disclose actually what the policy means. In most cases, buyers are not even aware, they hardly even see the policy wording. They'll be told about certain sections of the policy wording when there is a claim. So this is not good for customer experience. Then there's need for insurers to have an end-to-end fraud strategy, optimal across the fraud ecosystem, from product development to marketing to underwriting to claims and to fund management. Companies should invest in understanding how fraud evolves, especially as we move into the cyberspace, detection, prevention, with the customer in mind. Even how claims are investigated should be in a friendly manner. They should not mar customer experience in the chain. And the last item is investing in predictive analytics, making use of historical data and statistical modeling to foresee future events. This is the identification of fraud patterns. This is likely to help in risk selection and at times weed out fraudulent elements in the system, moving away from reactive approaches. So my final word is that to give customers a good experience along the value chain, as the industry, we should not be reactive. We should not act when things have gone wrong. We should see things coming. So we should see things coming. If we are caught by surprises, then we are not on top of the game and we are not risk managers. I beg to end there because of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bwana Amani, for covering that complex subject. And I'm sure we can spend another 3 hours here just discussing insurance fraud, the challenges, the consequences, and of course, in hindsight, the key aspect of making sure the consumer is not caught up, the good consumer is not caught up in the mix. Through the timekeeper, allow me to ask probably about 3 questions from the delegates so that we have a feel of the feedback from the presentation this morning. Over to you, delegates.
3 quick questions.
Thank you very much for the good presentations. I'm very happy and was following keenly. My first question goes to Mr. Morris on Mr. Mwandu on the issues raised, especially on regulation. You gave us the history. Question number 1, the issue of cash and carry. Brokers holding premium. Please, could we go into detail and find out whether it's a reality or a myth? Because if that's the same, then you will have also to clarify or give a current position of underwriters receiving premium direct. Are they fluid enough as opposed to yesteryears? That is question number 1. I'm saying that because some clients, you place policy, but they don't pay. But on the other side of the world, probably we say this broker has been paid, but has not remitted. Today, if a client goes direct to the underwriter and probably don't pay, is the case same or it has changed? That is question number one. Question number two, on the Ombudsman's office services, you talked of 40 billion, but I think you gave a caveat that you will cross-check. Probably by this time you've cross-checked the maximum amount allowed to handle in that office. Let me leave there. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Anthony Mwangi from Nairobi. One of the questions perhaps I wanted to ask has been asked, but just to paraphrase, we had a similar situation in Kenya, and we went to court, unfortunately, because the regulator was saying we hold $450 million of premiums, and therefore we are the ones making the underwriters not be able to pay. Yes, we as the brokers. So the matter went to court and ventilated on its own merits, and it was discovered that a lot of underwriters basically were hiding behind that because there was no such figures. First of all, remember, insurance is not something that you buy like an item like this bottle that you cannot be able to retrieve it. We keep on saying in Nairobi that underwriters have the power of the pen, of the handwriting. They can be able to cancel that cover. So finally, when the matter came out, we were only seen to be owing less than 10% of that money. And even that 10%, we were able to demonstrate that 90% was still owed by government agencies. That had still not been done. So I think what I'm hearing our colleagues here in Tanzania, and why this matter is so important for us is our regulator borrowed it from you. So I am very, very keen and following to see how you resolve it. So my question is, having now identified some of the challenges, what perhaps is the office of the regulator doing to be able then to rectify so that brokers don't continue missing, entrenching the issue of trust. Because when we go out there and people think that we cannot be able to handle money, the issue of trust comes in. Yet we are the people who are the professionals that ground. I believe the law is wide enough to be able to punish those people who keep money. Lastly, I was conversing with Mr. Commissioner. I think when it comes to the issue of self-regulation, and I think you brought it very well, one of the challenges that we face is that belonging to trade associations like Tiba or AIBK or IBA or any of our East African is still voluntary. If the offices of the regulator and government in general would be able to make it possible for brokers to become, by law, members of these associations, like we see in other professions, like lawyers and doctors, you cannot be able to practice without being a member of such organization. It will help in the issue of self-regulation, because when you try to punish or discipline any of your member and it's a voluntary thing to join an association, then they pull out. So I think we can be able to do part of your work if you can also help us in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. My question is basically going to the presentation given by Mr. Mwandu. All right. My question goes to the presentation given by Mr. Mwandu on self-regulation. He pointed out some undercutting, specifically in our market, which basically the underwriter price below the minimum rate. Now, my question is, as a broker, what are the reactions which you normally have when you receive terms or quotation which are below the minimum rate order? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Mine is not a question, but it's food for thought. based on contemporary issues. And now we have seen, we just came from the COVID, the Ukraine, now the dollar issues, and now we are going to, maybe the El Nino is coming. So the market comes to be tense. And if we stringent the regulation, it means the player will be in a difficult moment, but also if we ease it, maybe the customer will not be properly protected. So, and this also goes together with the difficulties between the two, the prudential regulation issues, and customer protection. How this could be well addressed on aspect of the players, but also now the regulators. Thank you.
Mine is congratulating the panel for great discussion and adding a few comments. I appreciate the comment earlier that brokers today are now behaving more or less like agents. That can't be too far from the reality, as we can, if we can do a soul search from each one of us, for which now it's a wake-up call for tonight, for today, this time's conference, that we need to wake up. Self-regulation. We are lucky, as opposed to our friends in Kenya, for Tiba membership, all brokers are required by law to be members. Therefore, self-regulation is very possible and very functional. Therefore, I will urge, on a very serious note, I'm very happy to see our commissioner today, to please take that as a serious note. Yes, we can monitor ourselves because we are in the industry and we see each other's actions and we see what others are doing. And yes, price undercutting is not a secret. People are doing it. And no, it's not done by brokers. It's done by the underwriters. Luckily, there are more than ourselves today in the panel, as you can see. So, yes, I like my question of my brother. What is our reaction? How do you react when you see your brother's quotations or your friend's quotations, fraternity's quotations? I will urge that from self-regulatory platform, we are to react and rebuke such behaviors. Because yes, it actually plays really shooting ourselves on the foot. So I wonder if we can get any comment from the panel about the self-regulatory platform. How can we collaboratively build that platform for us? Thank you very much. Sorry, one more comment I had was about continuous education assessment. I would strongly suggest that should be part of the platform as a requirement. And as a fraternity, we are to build that, vehicle. And my brother here, Anselmi, I know could be the best expert to help us in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Response, please. Can you be brief so that we can go for the tea break?
Thank you, Doctor. I'll be brief. Because, well, the questions are directed to me. I'm not an authority on this. The aim was just to excite discussion, and I can see that people are asking questions which they need my answer. If the answers are not enough, then some can chip in. The president of Tiba is talking about cash and carry. Is it a reality or a making? As I said earlier, it might not be a reality because this regulation came about because of the abuses which were made by some of us players. Especially, I said there are some big brokers who hold the big businesses. And the tendency was just they are retaining this. And actually they were using it as a tool to force sort of insurers to accept their terms. And if you start demanding these outstanding premiums, they could just punish you at renewal that they don't give you business. So they were using it as a tool. Now, this was so persistent. Actually, it came at a time when I was still at TIRA as a technical director. This problem was a big problem. As I said, insurers or the brokers could just come up with, during the renewal, they could come up with this arrangement that we have an arrangement, payment arrangement with the broker that they will be remitting the outstanding premium. But this was persistent. There was no solution. Every year, huge outstanding premiums were coming. So there was no way out. As I said, the regulator is there to ensure fair play. How can you hold the money which is not yours? Yeah? After all, you are a representative of a broker is to represent the insured. He's the agent of the insured. So why do you keep money? It's money. This is supposed to go to insurers so that the money they invest it, they get more capacity to pay the claims. But you deny them. So I think it was something in the making, not a reality. If you see right now, practice elsewhere is brokers. These are, the insureds have to pay premium somehow in a more friendly way, not just forcing them to pay upfront. Now, you also wanted to see the limit of the ombudsman. I think it's 40 million, not 40 billion. Initially, it started with 15. Now, I think they have raised it to 40 million. Because the intention is to help those small insureds who have no capacity to go to courts to argue in the court and whatever. So they are just to help those small insureds or claimants. Now, the other one is outstanding premium. I think it was from a guy which I didn't get his name. Outstanding, what is the Office of the Regulator doing to alleviate the problem of collection of premium? I think there is an improvement. There is an improvement. Now people comply. I mean, a lot of brokers don't stay with and in the regulator's office, I think there is a directorate which makes inspections or other site what they call site inspections, and they normally monitor this. Once they find that someone is have huge outstanding premium, then there are sanctions which are. So there is something which is done, but what I can say, this has improved. Since then, it has improved. And Charles says self-regulation, undercutting. What are the reactions when your reaction when you receive the rate which is undercut? You see, this matter, as I said, self-regulation is intended to ensure that we start monitoring ourselves as insurers. Then the regulator is just an overseer of that we are doing a right thing. Sometimes we force the regulator to impose regulations which ourselves can manage. Now, as I said, there are these trade associations, or professional associations, Tiba, and we understand who are the people who undercut among ourselves, but we don't report them and we don't take any measures against them. Why? This applies to ATI, this applies to Tiba. We don't take actions against our members. Somebody commented that in order to be a broker or an insurer, you must comply with the code of conduct. So it is a must that you must be registered. So we have to follow the code of conduct. It's necessary. And that one is actually intended to do some to perform a self-regulatory way or manner. So even, if the broker undercuts, there is a second stage where this can be remedied. Is the insurer knows that this broker has undercut. He just takes the premium. Is that fair? Can we force the commissioner to come up with this regulation? It's ourselves. If the broker is not identified at the first, and he places the cover to insurer, the insurer knows that there is an undercutting. So who is to blame? Again, we have the reinsurers, local insurers, for example, the compulsory cessions. If the reinsurer knows that this insured or insurer has received or issued cover where there is an undercutting, why don't they take action? So there are many ways of ensuring that undercutting is not performed at all, or is not practiced at all, because there are points whereby it can be taken care before even it comes to the ways of whatever, when it comes to a claim. You see, when this is the effect is on the consumer when it comes to a claim. Another one was also, how can we collaborate to ensure self-regulation? As I said, we have these associations whereby we can talk on regular basis. I know there are meetings every time, every month. People, they come and discuss. These are the issues we have to discuss. Violation of the law, and also how can we behave as professionals in this market. Thank you. As I said, I might not give a concrete answer because I'm not an authority on this. My aim was to excite discussion so that we get discussion or contributions from the floor, because this is not a lecture room. I was expecting that people could contribute. Thank you.
Thank you for that, our guest of honor. As I said, this is a very topical issue because it covers the key ingredient of our market, especially the consumer. I thank you all for your deliberations, and I thank the panelists for giving us a lot of food for thought. Undercutting is a vice that is critical. Please note that if any underwriter is undercutting, chances are he will also mess up with the claim. So be very careful when somebody says, I'll offer you X, vis-a-vis might be what has been done. We, the underwriters, need to go back to the drawing board and operate as underwriters. Minimum rules were never an answer to service. It is analyzing the risk, seeing how you can mitigate, seeing how the client can mitigate these risks, and thereafter give terms and conditions. And then work with the client with the journey of that insurance service. Work with him, go to him, find out what he's doing. Is he having fire extinguishing appliances? Is he making sure that the fire protection is working, or the many other aspects that need to make sure the risk is good? But then when the accident does occur, be the first one to offer how you can quickly pay the claim. And that's when we will close the trust gaps, and that's when we will build and grow our industry. Thank you very much, and be blessed.
Thank you very much to our panelists. Another round of applause, please, as they are exiting the stage. We thank you very, very much for your insightful presentations and discussions and responses, reactions. One thing that I took from the discussions around regulations and what has been happening is that if you don't break the rules, then the rules will break you. But don't break the rules. Just try to bend them so you can see how elastic they are. Now, for some few, just one announcement. For those who will be departing on Saturday and Sunday, please see the registration desk guys there so that they can sort you out during the tea break. So we'll be going for a tea break, and please let us use only 15 minutes so that we can be here 15 minutes before noon to start our second session, and we want to close on time as we did yesterday, so please help us to keep the time so that we can have, so enjoy your tea, and we meet in the next 15 minutes.
the world was made. So the doctor said, Eve was made out of Adam's Eve. So that was surgical. Then the engineer said, God made the world out of chaos. Then the engineer said, putting the chaos together is engineering. Then the actuary said, then what was that chaos? He asked a question. What was the chaos? What was the chaos? Remember, all of you will give me 10,000 walking out of the door because you don't know the chaos. Ladies and gentlemen, we have few minutes to go, and we want to rush against time. I would want to take this opportunity to give our main sponsors 2 minutes each, just to say a word. Main sponsors. I know yesterday things did not go well, but I want to give them only 2 minutes. Say a word. Representative from NIC, Sisi Ndobima. Karibu. NIC, National Insurance Corporation. Oh, they've missed the opportunity. A representative from Tannery. Representative from Tannery. Nyie hapo mnaongea huku tunasikia. Representative from Tannery. Oh, our main sponsors are not here. Our main sponsors are not here, so I think I will have to skip that. Our next panel 4, I would want to bring a gentleman on stage. This is the former president of Tiba. He's an insurance guru, a gentleman. It is in the insurance for so many decades, and he will be leading the panel on reflection on the insurance landscape and the state of inclusive in East Africa region. Allow me welcome Mr. Amir Kiwanda as the moderator of this session. Karibu sana. Boss, unataka kutupa ajali?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, let me express my, I really feel enlightened and happy to be a moderator for this panel. So our panel will, just like Jared mentioned, it will do a reflection on the insurance landscape and the state of the inclusion in East Africa. And the panelists for this session will be the presidents of the respective countries. And may I now invite one after another so that they can come on stage. First, I'll invite the president of IBAP, who is the CEO of First Burundi Insurance Brokers, and he is also currently the president of East African Insurance Brokers Association. Bwana Abdul, please come on stage. Can you put our hands together for Brother Abdul? Next, this is a gentleman that is a CEO of a company called Sunland Insurance Brokers. which is operating from Kenya, from Nairobi, rather. He's the current president of Association of Insurance Brokers of Kenya. He's a person that has been in the insurance industry for a good number of years. Let's put our hands together for Brother Anthony Mwangi. Next is a gentleman that is the CEO of Ballpark Insurance Brokers operating from Kampala. He's also the president of Insurance Brokers Association of Uganda. Can I put our hands together for Brother Paul Mohamed? Next, we have also a gentleman that has been working in the insurance industry of Rwanda for a good number of years. He's the CEO of a company called Alliance Insurance Brokers operating from Kigali. Let's put our hands together for Brother Jean-Pierre Bubirigi. Last but not least is our own. He's the CEO of Liaison Insurance Brokers in Tanzania, operating from Mikocheni. He's also, has been in the insurance industry for a good number of years. And can we put our hands together for Bwana Olo Okoth, who is the president of Tanzania Insurance Brokers Association. Karibu sana. Now, just to kickstart the discussion, I'll first introduce, give us some sort of a background on the subtopic. You'll agree with me that inclusive insurance encompasses many different approaches to reaching the unserved, undeserved, vulnerable, low-income population in the emerging markets. And there have been some efforts within the East African region under the guidance of the regulators in the respective countries to see to it that the inclusion agenda is achieved. You'll agree with me also, there are some initiatives by the governments to see that more and more people are included in the financial inclusion agenda. Now, there are some drivers towards inclusive insurance, which are favorable economic development. Another one is monetary and financial stability, improved living conditions, increased risk and insurance awareness, which actually, you will agree with me, is falls very low in our sub-region. And issues of products. Products coming, insurers or players to come up with demand-driven products, not just the traditional products that we are used to, and also competition among insurance brokers. Another thing is there has been a lack of appetite by insurers to go micro, because most of the micro products actually, those who are undeserved or the people in the at the bottom of the pyramid actually will be more likely to be breached through microinsurance products. Now, may I now invite the speakers here, the panelists, to briefly introduce us, give us a basic information about their respective markets. And I'll start with Brother Abdul. Karibu sana.
Asante sana brother Amir, nashukuru kwa tuko hapa na nyinyi, tuko hapa katika kuwakilisha maendeleo ya bima katika eneo ya East Africa. Now I want to speak on behalf of Burundi, just to give you a market perspective of Burundi. Currently in Burundi, we have 12 non-life insurance companies. We have 8 life insurance companies. We have 32 insurance brokers, and we have 353 agents. With that, we have the annual premium production of non-life. They are making Overall, we are making $42 million market, but non-life is at 23,260,000, and life is at 18,740,000. With that, our penetration is at 1%, 1.01%. With that, non-life has a 56%, and life has 45%. And brokers, we are bringing in 27.7% of that overall premium. Just in brief, I think for now, I'll leave it at that for just a market perspective.
Thank you. May I now move to Brother Anthony? Karibu sana.
Asante sana, Dukwambil. And let me first of all start from Kenya to thank Tiba for the invite and also for holding a very successful conference. I think it's my first time to Dodoma, and I appreciate. Kenya still remains the big market in the region. We have about 55 insurance companies, about 215 brokers, who virtually all of them are members of our association. We have the newest kids on the block, bank assurance agents, who are about 35. We have about 10,000, over 10,000 agents. These are the tied agents by the various insurance companies. The gross premium written in the Kenyan market is slightly above $4 billion. That is 400 billion. And as brokers, we are contributing between 28 and 30% of that business. Of course, that is, we have lost ground, particularly because of the bank assurance. We used a few years ago to control about 50%, but that has been coming down as the competition continue increasing. So we have some work to do. So in a brief, that basically the Kenyan market. I think the other area that I would also say is that we now have 2 insurance companies that are specialized to handle micro-insurance. Micro-insurance has been distinguished from the conventional insurance, and now we have 2 underwriters that have been licensed purely and wholly to handle micro-insurance. So in a very, very wide sense, that is the Kenyan market.
Thank you. I'll now move to Brother Paul. Karibu.
What that means is that we do have a lot more opportunities in how best to grow it over, depending on the strategies that we come about with. Thank you.
Okay, we now move to Brother Jean-Pierre.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Rwanda is a small market. We have one HMO, Health Management Organization, one captive insurer, that's military medical insurance. We have 9 general insurers, 3 life insurance companies, 1 micro insurance company. We have 14 brokers, around 900 agents, and we have also 4 companies, banks, especially doing microinsurance. The premium, non-life, it's around $100 million, and life $30 million, altogether $130 million, and penetration rate is still very low, 1.2%, around that. That's what I can say about Rwanda.
Thank you. Can we probably also hear from the host? Karibu Bwana Olo.
Thank you, Mr. Kiwanda. Now, an overview of the Tanzania insurance market, especially on the part of players. We have our host, the brokers, and brokers are categorized into 3 classes. One are the primary brokers, the likes of Liaison, likes of Minet, Demeter, and you who are here, Mawenzi. So we are 103. Another class is reinsurance brokers. We have 5 in Tanzania, and we have accredited reinsurance brokers. The latest figure shows there are 24. Then when we move to insurers, here we have various classes. We have those who are underwriting general, and the number I have here is around 33, but they are composite insurance companies underwriting. Initially it was like that, but today it's separated, sorry. Now when we go to life and pensions, we have 6 insurance companies. Those who do medical or healthcare insurance, there are 6. We have 3 reinsurance companies. And when we come to reinsurance, as we saw in brokers, we have reinsurance companies domiciled here. We have 3. And those which are accredited to this country as at now are 35 in number. We have a very unique kind of company currently registered in the market called Takaful Insurer, and it's called Zanzibar Insurance Company doing Takaful. Wanasema ni kampuni tanzu. So I think in the region probably this might also spread across to take or cater for the Muslim community where the Sharia law compliance is required. So in Tanzania we are proud to report that we have Takaful Insurer. Now moving on, we have agents, and I've also classified them into various groups. I'll call them traditional agents. Currently they are 930. Then bancassurance agents, they are 31. So bancassurance have placed them under agents because they are called bancassurance agents. We also have insurance digital platforms. There are 9. But we also have direct sales force. I will just put them under agents, but I stand to be corrected. Currently they are 100, and yesterday we were told reporting or under one insurance company. So that's briefly the landscape in Tanzania, but there are other service providers like Association of Tanzania Loss Adjusters and Assessors and Surveyors. These are also adjusters. We have 4, Assessors, the number is a little bit higher. Surveyors, the number is 1. And investigators, we have 4. As we saw in Takaful, in Tanzania, we also have actuarial firms to come and run the figures to see how a risk can be priced. So currently we have 4. Mr. Kiwanda, after looking at the landscape, in 2022, non-life, we did 916 billion Tanzania shillings. And in 2021, it was 751 billion. So you can see 2022, there was an increase. Figures for this year are yet to come out. Probably we can give you up to the first quarter, or second quarter. So the growth is at around 21%. But in terms of GDP penetration, it is still low, and it's below 2%. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At least that gives us the perspective of the insurance landscape and the composition from the different countries across the region. Now, the next phase will be, I'll be having about 2 questions to each of you, or probably 1, so that probably we finish early and then leave the, give room to the delegates to also put up for some of their questions. So the first question will go to Brother Anthony, and this is, what are the key barriers to inclusivity in Kenya?
Thank you so much, Emil. Even with the success that I have been, I've been able to state of the where we are at insurance, and I think I didn't mention when I was giving a brief, our penetration is oscillating between 2.5% and 3%, about 2.8% to the GDP. We still have quite a number of areas that we think we can do better to be able to make it the aspirations by 2030, which is about 6%. Some of the key areas that I would highlight, one, of course, is low level of awareness and understanding, and this hinders insurance from buying. Now, despite that we are very well entrenched in terms of mobile telephony, so you'd expect that people will still read, but data and all those issues are still a little bit higher. So there is still a little bit an issue of awareness that people are not aware exactly how insurance operates. And those who also are aware, they have an issue with understanding the insurance concept. So that's one. The other thing I would also say is a degree of limited accessibility, particularly in the rural areas. Though that is now improving with devolution. Devolution has also brought quite a bit of businesses on the ground, but it's still not yet, because we're just about 10, 11 years post-devolution. So though it's increasing, but there is still a little bit issue of accessibility to insurances. Most of the brokers are stationed in Nairobi and in the bigger towns like Mombasa and Kisumu. We haven't seen real growth in some of the towns around the country. That is improving, but is still a challenge. There is an aspect of high costs of cover. Because of the numbers are a little bit low, the costs of various insurances are a little bit high. And therefore that has impacted negatively in terms of buying, in the sense that people are not able to buy. And like I think the previous speakers who are here, the issue of cash and carry has obviously brought a bit of issue, because if you are not able to buy cover upfront and buy, you pay cash and go, then a lot of people don't buy insurance. And that has also impacted in a way as a barrier to buying of insurance. Lack of trust still continues to linger its head. some caused by our own as an industry, our own issues, particularly on the areas of late claims payment. That has negative impact and has acted as a barrier for quite a bit of people to buy insurance because they don't think they will be paid. Of course, we have had a misfortune of some few companies collapsing, and that also has increased the issue of trust. Kenyan economy, sorry, though a little bit, we have a very big informal economy, which means that the earnings of most of our people are irregular. They don't come at a specific time. And with the requirement that you need to pay insurance in one go from irregular earners, that also is a barrier to a lot of people. We have a very, very huge economy, informal economy. Almost about 60% of our business is informal. There is lack of product customization, tailor-made specifically for specific needs, and that is also a challenge. I think we have a lot of one fit for all policies. If you look at most of our motor policies, they are all fit, they fit everybody, and I think people have specific needs. There are people who are not using their vehicles on a daily basis. There are people who live in far-flung areas to town where they work. Others live in near areas. We don't have a differentiation whereby you can be able to charge people on a use basis. So I think that's also a big issue. And a lot of people, especially after COVID, we have seen quite a number of people downgrading their covers from comprehensive to third party, particularly on the issue of insurance. We still have very complex and bureaucratic processes. We haven't been able to, perhaps I think Tanzania is slightly different. English, though is our official language, is necessarily not our first language. And we haven't been able to change the language of our insurance products in our languages, for instance. Particularly something like Kiswahili, we still have not been able to do that. And therefore, it is still worded in a very legalese way. We have a lot of complex language you used, and that acts as a barrier. We had started a few years ago to make insurance readable in the sense, bringing like in UK where they have plain language, wording in insurance, and we managed to do that in the motor insurance. But unfortunately, that exercise was not completed, so that we make insurance very understandable, and even the language that we are using are very understandable. So I think those are a few of the issues that I can mention in the interest of time, but I think those are the major ones I can mention. There could be many others, and I'm sure in this discussion we'll continue having them. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Anthony. Actually, your presentation actually enabled us to have an insight on how the penetration agenda is being pursued in Kenya. Thank you. I'll now move to Tanzania, and where and or what are the gaps in building sustainable, inclusive insurance ecosystem? Brother Olo.
Thank you once again for giving me the opportunity. I think from the immediate past speaker, President Anthony, he highlighted the key barriers to inclusivity, but now we are looking at the gaps, as you put it right. I just want to underscore one aspect under the gaps, and this will be pegged on cultural aspects to conventional insurance. As you know, Tanzania has been embracing the social kind of policy, socialism, ujamaa, and we believe in brotherhood and sisterhood, and mtu akipata shida anasaidiwa na wenzake. In case of msiba au mtu anaumwa tunamchangia. Kwa hiyo this has led to gap in people believing that mimi nikipata shida kwa nini ninunue bima wakati ninaweza nikasaidiwa na jirani yangu. So that's an area where inclusivity has a challenge. But niongee pia kwenye affordability. As much as we would want to include everybody in the insurance spectrum, we have to also be cognizant or aware of the earning capacity or ability of our citizens. This is why various schemes are coming up, like microinsurance or the insurance for the masses at very lower or subsidized prices. And this is not an appetite to a capitalist investor, because if you invest your money, you would want to reap the returns, because shareholders would want to look at the bottom line. So it's more of a charity than insurance. So this is also a gap that comes out clearly where inclusivity is concerned. Anthony talked about the trust issue, and just tie it to the gap in terms of inclusivity. That insurance is a service, it's not tangible. Huwezi ukanunua bima kama nyanya sokoni. It's a promise. So when you promise somebody and amelipa premium, then the loss does not occur. Kwa wengine inakuwa ngumu kuelewa kwa nini, why should I keep on, paying premium? I'm a good driver, for example, and all that. So at the end of the day, haoni there's value for money, and I invest same ambayo hajapata shida lakini anataka kuplay. So these are gaps that need to be addressed, Mr. Moderator, and I think the floor probably has the answers on how to go about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Olo. I'll now go to Burundi. What will be key product development considerations for the bottom of the pyramid in the your insurance industry?
Yes, I just want to share with you a trend that is taking place. It took place in Burundi. For years, we had a Ministry of Social and Social Affairs. And this Ministry of Social Affairs allow people to create a social group where you can have a mutuality whereby if you are to be sick, that social group can be able to be contributing so that everybody can use that portal, that pool to be able to assist one another. Most of the time it was being used when people are sick or when there's a funeral. So this mutuality actually is like the bottom are trying to organize themselves because of the absence of micro insurance. So this mutuality have grown into many big numbers. Today now the law has been done so that they can turn into micro insurance. So it's not like the law which invited them to create this kind of a pool, but yet this pool has forced the regulator to create a space for microinsurance. So the law of microinsurance has just been passed since last year. Now in Burundi, there's requirements that have been put in place to have a microinsurance. So I look at it, something which the bottom of the pyramid imposing themselves to get a space within insurance industry. A number of activities or a number of work has been done within Burundi trying to bring inclusivity in terms of the bottom of the pyramid. So today in Burundi we have, it all starts with education. We need to educate these people. We cannot create a framework whereby people can have microinsurance, yet those consumers do not understand, do not trust the system. So what we've done in Burundi, we've created an insurance radio. Insurance radio that people can be able to follow different programs in the local languages. So most of our policies are in French or English, so we don't have much text in a local language. So we've created a radio station that even the rural population can be able to follow and understand the importance of the insurance and how to do it, so education-wise. Also, in the same line of trying to educate the population the importance of insurance, Burundi has created a week of insurance where all insurance players will take part in that particular week, and then it will be not only in a capital city, we'll be able to go around the country trying to educate the population, working with the local government, how to educate people about the importance of insurance. So in return, I think that's how Burundi is trying to access the bottom of the pyramid, or to bring inclusivity in insurance. But another good aspect that is taking place in Burundi is in Burundi, regulation is in 4 parts. There's a Ministry of Finance, of course. There's a Commission of Regulation and Control of Insurance, and then there's a regulator. So for years, the Commission of Insurance and Regulation and Control of Insurance has been dominated by the insurers, the government official, Minister of Finance, Minister of Justice, and all that. But this time around, the law it has allowed also brokers to be part of that commission. So this is also part of inclusivity, because they have seen the importance of the brokers in the market. So this is what we are trying to do in Burundi, trying to include a bigger pool, a bigger population within the industry. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Actually, it's very impressive that to see that the community can really change a scheme that is informal and have the regulator come in so that they have it formalized. That's I think it's we are looking at what you can call, that is market-driven, customer-driven, demand-driven products. So thank you. I'll now move to Rwanda. Brother JP. We have heard success stories in Rwanda on health insurance and agriculture insurance. Could you possibly put that in the picture on that respect? Karibu sana.
Thank you, Brother. In Rwanda, we have what we call National Agriculture Insurance Scheme, NAIS, since 2019. The scheme mitigates against risks and the losses incurred by farmers due to unpredictable natural disasters, pests, disease that affect their livestock and crops. This scheme is called in Kinyarwanda tekana urishingiwe muhinzi mworozi. Tekana urishingiwe muhinzi mworozi, which means smallholder farmer, feel safe, you are insured. This scheme is subsidized up to 40% by the government of Rwanda. It also enables the farmers to easily access financial services and ensure flow of credit to the agriculture sector. It has shown good result when this insured risk occur, and farmers in general are very happy about this. It's really a good thing, which maybe can serve as example in countries. That's it.
Thank you, Brother JP. It's good to know that the advancement that Rwandese have made in agriculture insurance. Now, I'll move to Uganda. Brother Paul, could you cite any barriers or initiatives towards effective insurance inclusion in your jurisdiction? Karibu.
Thank you. I think with our market being almost quite similar, the barriers we have are usually the same, and I had some of them being mentioned. For example, low income amongst our communities. That has always been a challenge. But you ask yourselves, why is it insurance is mostly in the cities and not in the countryside? The challenges we have is in how best to build the distribution from the cities to the countryside. You will find microinsurance as one of them. So we'll find with these barriers, we have to look barriers of low income, barriers of distribution, barriers that are tied, which leave markets in the countryside unable to access insurance. With the regulator, we've tried to come together and see how best we can penetrate and cut across with all these. We are also reviewing our mandatory insurance right now in Uganda. The third-party insurance is under review to see how best to increase it as a minimum standard for insurance. There is work that is being done with regards to health insurance. It is not yet out there, but there is a paper that is being discussed that we expect soon to see more work going in terms of having health insurance all along the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists. May I now ask if there is any questions from the floor. Please, you can probably take, unless, yeah, we can take probably 3. You may probably put that question to any of the panelists or specific. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mine is just to echo moderator's question, which was directed to representative from Rwanda. Mine is to just echo what the moderator was asking, the success of agriculture and health insurance in Rwanda. I think you only responded to agricultural side. It would be interesting to hear from the health side, especially in the implementation of the universal health coverage in Rwanda, and the cooperation in terms of the political will and then on the side of the insurance company as well. Thank you.
Any other question before they come? I would want you to take all the questions at a go. Any other question from the floor? Oh, there's a...
Thank you very much. My name is Alex, and I don't have a question, but I just want to make a comment. Mr. Olo has mentioned that there are some practices in our society that hinder the penetration, like people are contributing for funerals and etc. But I would like to recommend it to the insurance industry to focus more on marketing, true marketing, and not to focus on selling. There's a big difference from selling and marketing. Selling is just we are looking for profits and numbers, big numbers and targets. We were crying for targets and profit. but we are living along the marketing, that meaning after sale services, making simple products, affordable products, using, someone mentioned local content, like using the local language. You see, we find we're hiding from English language. Our policies are very, 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 very ambiguous. My mother has money, but she doesn't want to purchase insurance policy because she doesn't understand the products. You find most people are running to NHIF because they understand some of their product. You find a local language like Timiza Afya, Jali Afya. We can make Jali Nyumba Yako, Jali Gari Lako. These simple products, and they should be affordable also. You know, life is difficult, economy is difficult. So we should make simple products, affordable, accessible, friendly. Yeah, so that is what I wanted to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. One more question? Comment? Please proceed. Oh, this one, oh. Mwalimu mwenyewe, karibu.
Thank you. I just want to make 3 quick comments. One, we always talk about affordability, people cannot pay. And for me, this is a very wrong way of looking at the potential of the inclusive insurance market. Yesterday, I was discussing with some colleagues about the expenditure pattern in our country. While our national health accounts in a year are at around 7 trillion, our alcoholic drinks consumption is at 12 trillion. 5 trillion more than the amount of money that we are spending on healthcare and health services. So it's not true that people do not have money. This is not true. I was also telling them that we were doing some research up country, and this lady was telling us, they gave us this health insurance product, we are paying 10,000, but if I go to the hospital, I cannot get any service. Why shouldn't they say even we pay 50,000 or 100,000, which I'll just sell 4 chicken, and I'll be able to pay 100,000 and I can get appropriate health care for a whole year. So it's not about making it cheaper. We have seen products which are priced at 500 shillings a day or a month or whatever. If you do a proper analysis and you ask people, these products, they don't add value to them. So it's not about making it cheap. One is about looking at the cash flows. When do people have money and what kind of, and then the other thing is the quality, the value. Do our products offer them value that really they need? And the final thing is, we usually like to say insurance is not a product that can be sold by anyone like tomatoes. But the truth is, there is no way we will be able to tap the mass market if we do not commoditize insurance. So there are examples like in South Africa. You go to a supermarket, the product is already packaged, you just pay and you take your product and you live with it. So we must think differently if we are to tap the potential of the mass market. That is my contribution.
I think now, Brother JP, if you can respond to that question so that we move to another step.
Yes. Thank you. So, one of the key initiative, the community-based health insurance, CBHI, which we call in Rwanda Mutuelle de Santé. This program was introduced in 1999 and has been continuously improved to achieve better coverage and accessibility to healthcare services for the population. By 2021, it was published that 92% of the population of Rwanda is covered by this scheme, which means a big number of the population of Rwanda is covered in medical insurance. By now, I don't have the figures exactly, but have no doubt that it have reached like 98%. So this, just to say that almost average 100% of Rwandese are covered in medical. And this scheme has a good reputation, if I can say that, because even foreigners, other countries are coming in Rwanda to study, to request how they can be helped to establish this in their countries. I think that's what I can tell you. I don't know if you are satisfied by the answer, but the key cover is mutuelle de santé.
Thank you, brother.
Which maybe what I can add is not free, but it is like free because it costs nothing. It costs population is categorized by what they owe, what they have like assets. So you will see some families are paying like $1 per year, and they are covered 100%. They are treated 100%. Others, 3,000 Rwandese francs. That's, let's say, $2. And the richest family paying 7,000 Rwandese francs. That's the maximum of the premium. Thank you.
Thank you, brother JP. May I probably give 2 minutes to each? 1 minute to, if you have something to say. I will start with brother Abdul, yeah? Please.
Something to say in what JP just said, or in conclusion?
Combine.
You can combine. Okay. I'm so glad JP just explained. There's a part where I wanted to compliment him because I just had an experience with that medical scheme in Rwanda, is how much people are contributing annually. Can you imagine a family of 4 paying 12,000 Rwandese francs, which is equivalent to something like what, $5-7? $5-7, and you are covered to go to the top-notch Medicare. But they have a process. I just want to share with you for more knowledge. They have a process. The first process is they look at your financial productivity, your financial capacity. It's range on that. Just like he said, you don't go beyond 7,000, the highest. Also, there's also the way they mitigate the risk. You don't just get sick and go straight to the biggest hospital. No, you start from your clinic, your local clinic, Yamtani, or in the area where you live. And then from there, they will recommend you to, if they cannot give you the treatment that is required in that Mtani or whatever commune where you live, they'll upgrade you to a bigger center, all the way to the top-notch medical care in Rwanda. But so you are able to access it, but there's a process to mitigate the risk of fraud and consumption. So the way it's being managed, I was impressed by it, because I had an experience with it a few months back. So I think it's a very good scheme. I think we can try to learn from it to serve those unincluded people. I think it's a very good thing to learn from. Quickly go with the conclusion with our discussion. I would like to, I don't know if I can go to which products we think is the most needed for those population that don't have access. It's simple. For me, the products, it's 3 products. First of all, we'll start with health. Because bila afya, you can't produce. Bila afya, you have nothing. It all starts with health. So the first product, for me, I think we should start with is the health care for our population. Come up with a scheme how to give them access to the health care. Once we give them access to health care, the next thing is feeding, the agriculture. The agriculture is, we're still in an agricultural economy. Our people depend on agriculture. Our economy depends on agriculture. So if we are to access or to help our people, we need also to focus on agriculture. And again, life. Already, we even, just like Olo said, and I shared the experience for Burundi, we all hear every once and then every week, there's a certain money we contribute either with a family, with a friend, whenever there's a loss of a family member. So we can also focus on our life, the funeral schemes to be able to support our people, because already they are doing it. With the technology we have today, it's easy in terms of communicating, in terms of payment, with M-Pesa, with the mobile money. I think all those are opportunities we can explore to be able to reach to the bottom of the pyramid. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move now to Brother Anthony Karibu.
Thank you. Allow me, Amil, to respond to 2 comments that came from the floor. One from Alex, which I really want to echo, that I think because this is a broadcast conference, we must challenge ourselves that perhaps we are not doing good enough in terms of educating the masses and the people that we are ensuring. And I'm saying that with an experience I had the other day. In the place I live, kind of a community of about 300 homes. During COVID, we lost about 25 parents. And for every parent as a community, we would chip in together, perhaps what Oro was talking about, and you help bury our fathers and mothers. And out of that 25 people that we buried, we realized in a discussion that in one of the meetings that the money we had spent for the 25, were it was premium, we would actually have covered the entire 300 homes for insurance for the last expense cover. And I was tasked to go out and look for a last expense cover for the entire 300 membership. Not all of them who have come on board, but as I left Nairobi the day before yesterday, we had managed to bring about 150 and who have already paid for the premium for the last expense cover. So I think I just want to echo what he has said, that I think we need more approaches. And I'm challenging us because like I have heard what Burundi is doing. I am doing that as a CSR back to the community, where I go to FM stations in a few, some of the radio stations and TV stations in our country, and I speak in my mother tongue to the various communities. And I have seen quite a bit of interest and a lot of inquiries, and people are coming up and taking up. First of all, you demystify what insurance is all about. You then are able to communicate and they ask questions. And a lot of them, after that, they even follow you. So I think I just want to echo that. For Aselmi, what he has said, I think perhaps it could be, and I want to throw back the question to him because he's a researcher. Could it be that we are using then the wrong model? I agree with you The amount of beer we also take in Nairobi is perhaps 5 times the amount of insurance. Is it that perhaps it's because it's packaged in very small contents and people are able to buy 2 bottles today, they come for another tomorrow? Can we be able to have insurance perhaps in that manner? So I think that commoditizing the insurance may be something that is worth about, but you are the researcher and others, please, I think let's see what we can be able to do, because I agree with you. Because of the model we have used, if you come and you tell somebody to pay $1,000 for a car insurance and is in the formal sector, chances are that you tell you take it to third party. But if you are to allow this person, perhaps give him some sort of a cover, we come up with a product. Because he's earning his money irregular, on an irregular basis, chances are that he can be able to buy. So I think I agree, but I think we can't just agree, we can't leave it there. We are the brokers, we are the people who are on the ground, we are the people who are interacting with these customers. What is it that they are telling us that we need to do? Because it's one thing to say we talking to them, but I'm sure some of them also have solutions, or what we need to do is to bring those solutions to our boardrooms and make them products. Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you. I'd like to first share a little story, and that is we had one of our finest musicians in Uganda who used to go out and spend colossal sums of money partying out with his friends. But quite sadly, he got involved in a nasty fight where he had to be hospitalized. And what shocked the country is he had no health insurance, leave alone he used to spend money so much in the bars and all that. They started asking fans and family for support. But sadly, he was beaten so badly that he passed away. But that came to a point of priority. Even when you go look into our families and friends, and you'll find that when it comes to priority, things like health insurance, life insurance are not a priority. It comes back to the difference that somebody raised. How are we doing our marketing? When you look at insurance companies, they will be marketing for themselves, or brokers marketing for themselves. But what the community mostly lacks is awareness and sensitization. Then it comes to whose role is it to bring out that awareness and sensitization? Will it be the insurance brokers associations? Will it be the Uganda insurers, the insurers associations, or the regulator? Whichever part it is, we believe there is that part of sensitization that is really, really lacking. One of the things the regulator has done quite well in Uganda, and we are seeing building up on, is on specialization. Many years ago, we had mutual insurance companies. I believe that was the same for everywhere, both life and non-life. And what we saw was non-life was what was being sold the most. Life insurance, nobody was paying much attention to it. But when they went and split and said, now, okay, you will concentrate on non-life and the others will concentrate on life, life insurance companies have come out because now they had teams and strategies specifically looking at non-life insurance. So now when we look at our markets right now, most of the concentration is in the city center. If it's Tanzania, it will be Dar es Salaam, Kenya, Nairobi, Uganda, Kampala, and the others. So the question becomes, for all the areas in the villages in the upcountry, how do we get into those areas? You need to break, and that's why we're now seeing microinsurance coming up, but still, most of the companies want to concentrate on in the city center. The strategies we need to come up with are how best to concentrate on the rural people out there by coming up with products tailor-made for the rural community. And that way they can best be able to appreciate insurance as a life-saving and risk management mechanism. Thank you.
Asante. Brother JP, anything to conclude?
Okay. I can conclude. By the way, thank you so much, Paul. Okay. thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. My conclusion will be to invite all of you in Rwanda. We are organizing our own, it will be our second annual conference for the association of, by the Association of Rwanda, RIBA, called the RIBA, Rwanda Insurance Brokers Association, which will take place from 14th to 16th September this year. It will be held in a town called Musanze, out of Kigali. So you are all invited. Come and we would like to share with you your experience. You are our elder, and we need to learn a lot from you. So you are all welcome. That's my conclusion.
Thank you, Brother JP. The delegates may have heard that. Yeah, so you're invited to Rwanda in September. Brother Olo, karibu.
Asante sana. We were told to put a gun on our head, but please don't pull the trigger. We still need you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a very good discussion, and I think the delegates have benefited from this. May I thank you, all the delegates. Asante sana. And I think we leave this to the MC now. Karibu.
Thank you. You can leave my podium. And we'll be going to Rwanda. So those who want to go to Rwanda, please register with me. I also need this t-shirt. Why you don't give the MCs this t-shirt? Oh, not the MC, a host. MC could be called for a midnight birthday. I've gained few things from this discussion. The social family obligations, especially where our law is coming from. When somebody dies, they have to keep him and dance for 1 week or 2 weeks, spending a lot of money. Why couldn't they transfer that money to insurance? Tu mwalimu talked about the viti virefu na round it nazo piga. If you go to Europe, you can only share the table, but you don't share the drink. But in Africa, mtu anaenda bar hata bila shilingi moja, lakini atakunywa, atalewa, atarudi nyumbani. Why can't we convert that to insurance? The language barrier, the buying power. Yesterday I told you, insurance is like a beautiful woman. You can't buy Mercedes-Benz and buy third party. You understand? You have a beautiful woman, you have to take her to salon. Maybe that is that, eh? Oh, ladies are saying exactly. You have a beautiful woman, spend on her, eh? Get some excess buyback, eh? A saloon maybe is an excess buyback, eh? Take her for a trip to Zanzibar. That will be regional extension, right? So owning a beautiful woman is like buying an insurance. But I said for us men, it's like a mature whole life insurance that is only waiting for the expenses. So I think we will be looking at that, and maybe the universal coverage and the other issue. The villages are left out. What should we do? Yeah, insurances are just in the cities from the discussion. Without much ado, allow me welcome my co-host. Would want to open the floor for a few minutes. Just a simple discussion from yesterday to today. What have you gained? You must have something. Maybe you don't say you were never given a chance to speak. Maybe there's something that you need to come up with. It's an open discussion for a few minutes. Mwalimu, Daktari, karibu.
Thank you. So it's an open dialogue. We have issues, we have concerns, this is the time to bring them up. I see there is one actuary in the house. No, few actuaries, by the way. Do you have concerns? Do you have issues? What are the pain points that we think they are burning issues that we must address to be able to unleash the power of an inclusive insurance market? We have the master plan. Yes, we are talking about the 5% in 2030, 8 new products, new distribution channels. Are we on track? Are we not? What should we do? Why are we not on track? We are supposed to be now a 3 trillion, 4 trillion market, according to the master plan. But we are only at 1 trillion. Population coverage, we are to be at least 25, 30%. But we went from 15 to 10%. Karibu Mwalimu.
Good afternoon. I have a concern. Maybe it's open for discussion. We have seen numbers of micro products we just developed in our country, but unfortunately, they won't survive long. We have seen the health one. It was unalazwa unalipo elfu 40. It was quite very interesting for the low-income earner, but it's gone. And now we have seen this, the life one, we have Vikundi, and now it's struggling as well. And this was the thing which I was asking myself. What's affecting much on this product? Why they're not, haziendelei tukiziboresha zikaendelea kuwepo, lakini zikiwepo baada ya muda kidogo they are not surviving, they are just getting out of the market. That's one. Lakini pia I was looking on the parameter. We are talking of micro, affordability, and the level of the economy which we have, we know, and more than 70% they're just in peripheral area. What are the parameters of the micro product and the conventional product? Simply because you may find, we may say it's a micro product, lakini inakuwa consumed with all the group cover, paying 6 million, 8 million. If it happened, one of the family member just passed away. And you may find a banker or an insurer who is well off, a middle earning person, having more than Vikundi 6, 7, 8, and then expecting accumulation, you get more than 40 million. So what are the parameters of the product and is a conventional product? And also I've seen that product than 200,000 plus, but still we call it micro, and so on. So I think there's a lot to learn, but also there's a lot to make sure that we stand on it. The fraud issue also has been affecting this product. When we're introducing those products, we have to see the survival of those products. At least could take maybe 10 and 15 years to come. I think that could help make this product addressing the need, but also ziweze kusaidia the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mwalimu. So his concern is the product's mortality rates are so high.
Good afternoon. I'm really concerned with that question. It means even on microinsurance, we're still doing something wrong. We're still being product-centric. When you go into the space of microinsurance, you're now going with a customer-centric mind. We're not pushing products from the boardroom, which we mostly do for the conventional insurance, and which has been our downfall as insurers. So what has been happening, for example, in Rwanda? One, we have the microinsurance regulation that has come into play. The National Bank of Rwanda has introduced a department for financial inclusion, and that department is specifically going out and educating people on insurance. Not only are they educating, they're getting feedback from people on the ground on the reasons on why they are not taking insurance. There is also a drive from of insurance inclusivity. I think Rwanda from 2020, we were part of what was called the Innovation Lab. The Innovation Lab always takes 4 countries from the low-income countries where you learn from each other, and the purpose is to increase penetration and increase financial inclusion. And the process is you're going out learning from people. You are actually developing products from the people. And you're actually learning what are your income levels, what do you want. So if you continue to push products from the boardroom, they are not going to survive. So you have to look at it from a different angle and then pilot the products before you actually push them. Otherwise, none of the products are going to succeed. So I don't know if your question, whether those products have been product-centric or customer-centric, or you're still doing insurance the normal way, and if that's the case, then none of the products are going to survive. That's all from me.
Thank you. Customer centrism maybe could be the answer, but do we have the patience to wait, break even of 5 years? Are the boards that patient? I don't think so.
Thank you. I wanted just to make a contribution in terms of talent in the insurance sector. You will notice that I think the insurance sector is facing a lot of competition from other industries in terms of talent. And there was a survey that was done, quickly checking, even if we were to do one right now in here to say, how did you end up in insurance? You might notice that most of us probably ended up in insurance by accident. Either we went to college and insurance was the last degree that was available, and then we took up insurance. If we speak with our children in the house to say, what do you want to become when you grow up? Probably none will say, I want to be an insurance practitioner. They want to be a doctor, they want to be an actuary, they want to be all that. So the issue of inclusivity without talent that can fully explain even the simplification of the products that we are talking about, it means we must have a capable pool of talent that is able to simplify those documents. We spoke about localizing our insurance policies, for example, into Swahili and other local languages. But we can only do that if we have got a pool of talent. So I think as an insurance industry, we must take an active role, particularly as it regards to talent and influence our universities in terms of the skills that we want to make sure that we have a sustainable insurance going forward. We can talk about marketing, we can talk about products, we can talk about all this, but you can't market something that you don't know or something that you don't believe in. I think it's a gap that as an industry, not only in Tanzania, but across the African continent, that we really need to look at and probably start closing on. Thank you.
Thank you, Agrippa.
Thank you very much, moderator. I want the regulators to help us. And the issue of mass marketing is, I think, is the way to go. Whenever you talk about the flaws in the the mediations like bank assurance and whatever, and why I have reconciled myself to acceptance, is when I sit down and get my phone, and I'm able to negotiate a deal, close it, even use my phone to collect premium, or use my phone to direct the premium to the insurer. In other words, if I can get banking on my phone, why should I blame the market? Or why should I blame the insurance buyer and still insist that he comes through me for my survival? I want to be very pragmatic and honest. Now, when I look at, when I use the telecom companies, for example, in Uganda, the total number of lines between the MTN and Airtel is about 20 million. And when I put an average of 1,000 shillings per line on the 20 million lines, there is a sector which draws 20 billion from us every day. 20 billion. And that money, I think, very little of it comes back. Now, what can we do for us also to hide the premium, hide the cost of insurance, and get insurance ingrained in the DNA of people? Some of these mass products, they have got, I mean, it's like forced saving with NSSF. People have got to buy without knowing. And to bring this home, I mean, let's look at the religious leaders. I think the Anglican Church in Uganda has about 32,000 priests. They don't have GPA. To be honest, I think the Provident Fund is still in the making, plus the medical. Don't they deserve cover? The Catholic priests, as many. The Muslim sheikhs, as many. Now, is it going to take a company capitalized with $20,000 as required by law to reach all the 32? The answer is no. Doesn't it make sense to have an in-house service provider? But should the church also finance $20,000 to set up their Church of Tanzania Presbyterian Catholic Church broking company? The answer is no. Can the regulators then be pragmatic and flexible and help us promote that mediation? Because in all honesty, the traditional broker won't reach there. Whereas we say the agent will try to do it, he also won't reach the 32,000. But once in a while, they have meetings that bring them together. And maybe through these tithes, and you remember those who attended Mombasa, the moderator gave an example of one of their churches. Through their tithes, they can collect that money, give it to us without those people knowing. And then we are able to provide for them personal accident cover, medical cover, and also provide for their pensions. So regulation is not a total solution, but regulation will create an enabling landscape for innovation, for us to enter into those areas because it has worked elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I'm giving opportunity to two insurance brokers to raise their concerns. Omari was telling me usually the brokers have a lot of complaints on the WhatsApp platform. Now when they have the appropriate platform with the regulators, they keep quiet. I am giving that opportunity now to raise your concerns, whether it is FDR or any other thing. This is the opportunity. 1 minute, last minute. Okay. No, this is for the local market. I have to be, you know.
Walim, thank you. I represent the keyboard warriors who are always typing on WhatsApp and cannot come forward when they're asked. As brokers in the market, we have several challenges, some regulatory, some practice, but I will just say two today. The first one is on the regulatory angle. I'll highlight on the cash and carry, which has been said several times in our conferences, and the direct premium payments. We should, as a market, review and assess how these have affected the trust on brokers. But additionally, I would like to highlight on the challenge we are having with non-government organizations. Earlier in the conference, the president had spoken about entities announcing tenders and strictly prohibiting brokers from participating. We would like to request these be discussed and actions taken on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Omari.
Thank you, Doctor. I would like to comment also on claims management. Dear friends, I'm doing marketing, but one of the main challenges we are facing from brokers is they're complaining about our claims officers. So with these clients, when we receive them, when they are taking insurances, the approach is very different from when they are coming to claim. So I think we should improve on that. It should not look like a claimant is an enemy. You see, when the claims officer are preparing to face these claimants, they treat them like enemies. So I think companies should take effort to educate these claims officers, especially in customer care and proper communication. Not all claims are payable, but at least we should communicate well to them so that they are satisfied and they are happy. That's the only way we can retain them, and they can help us to advertise our companies that we are treating them very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. And that brings us to the end of our open discussion forum. I want to invite the Commissioner of Insurance to speak with the audience. He may use the opportunity to respond to some of the issues that have been raised if he feels that he has the responses, but other, of course, may be channeled to other forums. Please welcome to the stage, and you are ready to listen to you.
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to ask the question to the floor. How many of you in this room cannot speak and hear Kiswahili? Can you raise the hand? So we have 2 people. Oh, can't hear anything. Thank you. So, and because the theme is the power of inclusive insurance, I'm going to use the inclusive language. Which is the language of many in this room. Of course, from time to time, I will try to use English whenever necessary. And I'm using Kiswahili because it's the language of East African, it's the official language of East African community. Beside being the inclusive language in this room as well. So, nianze kwa kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kufanya mkutano wetu vizuri hadi kufikia siku ya leo, siku ya mwisho wa mkutano, na kutupa uhai na usalama. Pili, nitoe pongezi na shukrani kwa President wa Tanzania Insurance Brokers Association kwa kufanikisha mkutano wa mwaka, mkutano wa 7. Sio kazi rahisi kuhakikisha kwamba mkutano wa kila mwaka unafanyika na unafanyika successfully. Hongera sana. Pongezi zangu za pili kwa association, Tanzania Insurance Brokers Association, kwa kuleta mkutano katika mji mkuu au makao makuu ya nchi, Dodoma, kwa mara ya kwanza. Hongereni sana. Shukrani zangu na pongezi za tatu ni kwa Tiba kwa kutualika TIRA kuhudhuria mkutano huu pamoja na viongozi wengine wa serikali, kwa sababu mngeweza kuendelea na mkutano na members wenu mkadeliberate, lakini mliona ni muhimu kutualika. Tunawashukuru sana kwa kutualika. Lakini hii inaonyesha mahusiano mema kati ya serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania na Tiba Association, Tanzania Insurance Brokers Association na members wake. So we have strengthened public and private partnership relationship. Thank you very much. Pongezi zangu za 4 ni kwa discussion, content of the discussion, theme of the discussion ni very useful, very topical. And tuko tayari kupokea resolutions zitakazotokana na mkutano huu. Ifahamike kwamba ofisi yetu, hata mimi binafsi, ni muumini, a great believer of debate, discussion and actions. What I do hate is a forever discussion without any action. We have no shortage of ideas. We have shortage of executions. So whatever small discussion we made, let's have a major executions. The changes will be seen. I have no problem with a constructive discussion. Anytime, anywhere, you are most welcome. So we will receive the resolutions and execute if they are executable. Debate when they are debatable, but we will need to act to save our market. So after this pongezi na shukrani, my second talk on this conference will be on what is our role as a regulator. Ni vizuri kukumbushana kidogo. Kazi yetu ya kwanza ni kufanya usajili na kutoa leseni na kunyang'anya leseni. Sio? Lakini hatufanyi sana kunyang'anya leseni. Kazi yetu ya pili ni kufanya supervision, kuangalia conduct, mwenendo, uhai na uendelevu wa soko. Uendelevu ni kitu to bold hapo. Sustainability, growth. Kazi yetu ya tatu ni kuendeleza soko la bima kwa kuangalia uptake. How many people are using our products? Are we growing? And so forth. Kazi yetu ya 4 ni kuprotect the interest of policyholders. Nyie mnafahamu hatu deal na angels hapa. Tuna registrants ambao sio angels. Sio malaika. Wanaweza kudhuru watu. Na serikali lazima ihakikishe inalinda haki za mteja wa bima au mnufaika wa bima. Kazi yetu ya mwisho ni kuishauri serikali kuhusu masuala ya bima. Huduma zetu zipo nchi nzima. Nchi yetu ni kubwa. Tunapatikana hapa Dodoma. Tuna ofisi ya Central Zone ambayo ina serve Dodoma, Singida na Manyara. Western Zone ina serve Tabora, Katavi na Kigoma. Eastern Zone ina serve Dar es Salaam, Pwani na Morogoro. Southern Zone ina serve Lindi, Mtwara na Ruvuma. Nyanda za juu kusini ina serve Mbeya, Njombe, Rukwa, Iringa na Songwe. Lake Zone ina serve Mwanza, Mara, Shinyanga, Kagera, Simiyu na Geita. Na Northern Zone ina serve Arusha, Kilimanjaro na Tanga. Tunashukuru kwa support ambayo brokers wanatupa kwenye ofisi zetu. So that is the second part. That is our role, and we are located in various parts of this country to service the population and to service the registrants. Now, it is important also to talk a bit about what matters. Hivi kitu gani ni muhimu kwa serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania kwa nyinyi registrants? Kitu muhimu sana kwa serikali ni kuona uptake of insurance services and products. Your existence. Why do you exist? Why is it important that you get a license? It is important if you provide insurance services and products. If we can see there is a consumption of what you are servicing. Kuna watu wanatumia bima au kuna watu unawauzia hiyo product. Ili ipatikane protection, kinga kutokana na risk, social and economic risks ambazo population inaweza kuencounter. Kwa sisi tuna exist kama tutaweza kuuza hizo kinga ambazo tumeziahidi, sio? So that matters a lot. So If you are a broker, an insurance company or whatever, how many policies have you sold? How many protection have you provided? Have you increased the number? That matters to us. Second, what matters? Mobilization of the national saving and undertake appropriate investment of those savings to enhance economic growth. Tumeweza kumobilize fedha kwenye mabenki kwa large numbers, alafu mkawekeza, uchumi ukachangamka. That is what matters to us. Kwa leseni tunazotoa kwa various registrants zina solve hizo two issues too. Ikiwa premium imechukuliwa alafu hakuna kinga, hakuna serikali itaweza kukusikiliza. Yaani hauwezi ukapewa leseni ya kuchukua premium without kinga, sio? Hakuna serikali inaweza kukusikiliza. Ikiwa premium itachukuliwa alafu ikatumika bila kinga, hakuna serikali itakusikiliza. Ikiwa premium itachukuliwa ikawa misplaced, kapelekwa sehemu ambayo sio sahihi, kama ni mfuko binafsi au nini, hakuna serikali inaweza ikakusikiliza. So we have to have a premium taken, protection provided, investment made. Because that is the national saving. And one of our role is to protect the interest of the public, policyholders and public. Sasa tumefanya nini muda mrefu? Katika majukumu yetu mengi tumepata support ya serikali. We have various initiatives to support the industry. Hivi karibuni tulikuwa na universal health insurance, ili kuongeza one of our role ku increase uptake, kuwe na universal health insurance. And most of those who are concerned, they know where we are. That it is the bill is already in the parliament. It can be improved at any time. It will come into force. We have managed to have agricultural insurance scheme. Steering committee is in place, technical committee is working on. Tanzania Agricultural Insurance Consortium has been established. Tunataka kupata huduma kwa wakulima, huduma za bima. This is what the government has done for the industry. We have managed to advise the government to extend mandatory covers to include imported goods, commercial buildings, marine vessels, public markets, and of course, motor vehicle third party, which was there before. All of these are done to increase the uptake. We have established energy consortia so that we reap from the energy infrastructure in this country as an industry. VAT on livestock insurance is exempted. government assets are insured, optional of course, kwa serikali ya mapinduzi ya Zanzibar ni lazima kwa magari. Kwa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania ni optional. It is the discretion ya CEO au wale mnajua afisa masuhuli wa taasisi za serikali. Kwa mfano mimi na insure magari yangu. TIRA ina insure magari. TIRA ina insure majengo yake. And so mashirika mengine mengi tu, PSSF, PPF, whatever, wana insure magari yao na mambo mengine. It is not mandatory. It is optional. You have to do the marketing. Convince them. So the government support is manifested in the changes which we are bringing up in this market. And we are getting a lot of support thanks to our government. Thanks to Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. Makofi tafadhali. Yeah. But jana tulikuwa na conference ya inclusive financial market, financial sector. And we are not doing very well in certain areas in the financial sector. We are not doing very well in farmers protection, farmers banking, insurance, capital markets, and whatever. Youth cannot access our services. Women cannot access our services. Small-scale entrepreneurs, employees in the informal sector, they cannot access our services. They have opted for alternative services. Kwa sababu sisi tuna matatizo yetu ambayo hatujajifanyia our own assessment. One of the documentary in that meeting was, there was a entrepreneur, ana hela tu nzuri, lakini hawezi kupata mkopo, hawezi kupata bima, wala hawezi kupata capital from capital markets kwa sababu of the rudimentary requirement, processes, documentations, njoo kesho, rudi kesho, KYC and many others. So we have to do our own diagnosis, and I'm happy you have tried here to look at your internal problems and external problems. And I hope in your resolution you will have your internal problems solved, and your tell us what are those external problems which we can solve together. So our discussion on inclusive insurance should undertake a self-assessment and external assessment. Nilivofika hapa nilisikia mazungumzo na nilikuwa nafuatilia mazungumzo yenu kwenye YouTube. Off and on, of course, for yesterday, but today I was here all day. There are various issues which I have to respond and get a clarity to the market. or to those who are asking or debating about it. Cash and carry system. My proposition is that we had a reason, we had a purpose, and we have succeeded in our purpose. By the time we were introducing cash and carry, the market was at mess. Tulikuwa tuna matatizo ya liquidity kwa kampuni za bima, na kulikuwa na mtu anauliza, is it improved? It is highly improved. Highly improved. We have reduced the number of complaints from our public. Tulikuwa tuna deal na brokers, watu ambao wakuwa unfairly treated na brokers 100 kwa sababu ya premium. Sasa tuna deal na kampuni 31 au 33. So our frequency of treatment in the office has been reduced. Sio kazi yetu sisi kuhangaika na watu wengi sana. Lakini what is the point I have catch today is there is issue related to tendering process. That one we can debate. If you are to tender, why should a name of underwriter appear and not the name of the broker who is tendering? That one I think we can take on board. What we cannot take on board is going back to where we are while we have introduced these systems. Because the reason for doing that is still valid. But the way forward, what we are looking at this process is to have a real-time collection. What we are working out now as an authority is a real-time premium collection. And I will tell you the reason. I foresee and I want to see, kama sio kwenye regime hii au ndani ya muda mfupi ujao, the time a policyholder anaweka pesa kwenye benki au kwenye wallet or whatever takachokubaliana, the time anaweka kwa underwriter hizo pesa, my 1.5% inaingia kwenye account yangu. I don't want to wait, because I'm also running the institution. My government will get its VAT on the spot the same day, because kama tunatoka Dodoma kuja Dar es Salaam na lami, kuna pesa imetoka huku kwenu, si ndio jamani? Na inatakiwa hizo pesa haraka. Kama tuna usalama, hakuna fujo, kuna mapolisi wamelipwa kutokana na hiyo VAT. Tunataka hizo pesa. Going forward, bring me the solutions na at the same time wewe broker upate commission yako siku hiyo kwenye account yako. That is what it means for real time collection and appropriation. Sasa tuje na hiyo solution, and if there is IDPs ambao mmewaalika hapa, fintech, watupe hizo solution. Sisi tuko tayari kushirikiana nao, lakini sio kurudi kwenye 15 kusubiri. No. That one I can't debate, because we know its effect. Effects of VAT, I agree. Tunaweza tukaendelea kufanya research, na wale wale wanaoshiriki kwenye debates za kuondoa VAT kwenye insurance wanajua the process. The Tanzanian law can only change if you have justification. But the process is very engaging. You have to have a research, you have to have outcome, you have to have whatever, you have to lobby. Sasa kama Tiba mta invest kwenye lobby, wata invest wengine na watapata. I think I am not supposed to teach you how to go about it. Kwa sababu process mnaijua. Huwezi kuchukua pesa ya serikali ukasema haipo wakati hujatoa justification. Na serikali nyie mnajua ina kazi gani inafanya. Ndio maana tunaishi vizuri hapa. Si ndio? Tunapata umeme, tunapata nini? Kuna issue ya bank assurance. We have tried to change, to bring about guidelines which brings scope. And if there is anything more you need from bank assurance, we are ready to discuss. But be informed that our task is to increase uptake. So new types of registrants, if they are bringing about the value, hatuna uwezo wa kuwakatalia. Leo tumezindua garages and nini guidelines. Wale jamaa wakiwa mmefanya nao kazi vizuri, sasa hivi tunawapa nyinyi priority kwamba wanapata authorization kwanza ya underwriters na nini, ili tuweze kuwahudumia, lakini wahudumia soko vizuri, wasipandishe sana bei za repair sijui nini. Tutakuwa tunaweza kuwa monitor, lakini wakiwa wamemaster hii na wanaweza kutoa huduma za bima, sisi hatuwezi kuwasimamia. So tunataka nini? Nataka ku-increase, expand. Security deposit, imeelezwa vizuri, tumefanya hivyo na tuna sababu. Issues related to minimum rate order. Katika mabadiliko ya sheria ambayo ni kwa sababu ya bima ni minimum rate order. Lakini hata mkitaka kesho mimi niseme hakuna minimum rate order, I will do that. It's not my problem. Lakini tulichokuwa tumelenga ni kusave the industry. Kulikuwa na tendency ya kampuni au watu binafsi au brokerage au whatever wanaweza kuleta rates ambazo zinaweza kujeopardize the pool. Lakini pamoja na kujeopardize the pool, wanaweza kuua makampuni madogo. Kampuni zinaweza zikatenga pesa, zikaweka rate kwenye business fulani. Wewe ambaye ndo una kampuni ndogo ndogo, unaweza ukadisappear tu kwa sababu utakosa wateja. Lakini we have to be very fair when we are looking at it. But what is that minimum rate? If you have any rate and you want it to be charged less than minimum rate, you have an option. we have a special rate committee. Leta huyo mteja, sema huyo mteja hatakiwi kulipa 3.5. Ni mteja mzuri, ana risk management nzuri, akate 1.5, leteni. Lakini hamfanyi hivyo, hamtumii hiyo special rates, hamfanyi underwriting. Mnasema tu bana, commissioner kasema. That is what I'm hearing. Unajua ni commissioner kasema kuna rate bana, kwa hiyo hatuwezi kubadilisha. This is what you tell your customers. That is not the issue. Wewe ukisha muassess, njoo kwenye special rating committee, huyu mtu kwa namna, kwa fleet zake, mimi nataka alipe 1.5, alipe 1%. I will authorize to safeguard the pool, to safeguard behavior ambayo inaweza ikatokea ya kuua makampuni mengine. Kwa bado tutasimama kwenye minimum rate until we are proven by facts on issues related to sustainability of the market. There was a discussion in this morning about that we have no number of guidelines, and it appears that there are many guidelines issued. Hii ni sawa kweli? Mbona mambo mengi sana? Tumetoa guidelines 10 sasa, lakini ni for specific purposes. I can mention few. Tumetoa guidelines ya kwanza muhimu sana ya third party compensation rates. Third party injury and nini compensation. Nani Margaret anaijua vizuri. Third party bodily injury and whatever. Sio? Unaweza ukawatajia.
Motor Vehicle Insurance Act, or what do you mean? Third party minimum compensation rates guidelines.
Yes. Zile zilitolewa kwa sababu kampuni nyingi zilikuwa haziwezi kulipa mtu wa third party amount inayoeleweka. Hakuna criteria. Kampuni X inalipa milioni 4 kwa mkono kuvunjika, kampuni hii inalipa no criterias. Tukaonekana tu sisi ni watu mess up kabisa. Tumewaletea guidelines ili muangalie kama brokers, mteja wako asilipo chini ya zile criterias. Mfundishe. Lakini makampuni yanamwambia hii minimum hapana. Tumetoa za guidelines za maafisa wa uzabima, sales force executive, kwa sababu ni demand ya sector, ili watu muongeze number of sales force. Nilikuwa naongea na mwenzetu kutoka Kenya, kuna agencies 10,000 wanauza bima. Sisi tumewaletea model nzuri, sio agencies. Uni watu unawasajili wewe mwenyewe, unawalipa on commission wakikuletea biashara. Uwaweke Tanzania nzima. Tumieni hiyo fursa, sioni kama ina shida kuwa na hiyo guidelines. Tumewaletea guidelines on IFRS 17. Ni muhimu kwa soko. Guidelines on claims management, turnaround time. Ilikuwa ni ombwe. Hakukuwa na mtu anajua mtu akipata matatizo anatakiwa ripoti muda gani. That's very important. Na brokers muwafundishe watu. kwa sababu nyinyi mna represent wateja. Tumetoa guidelines on retention and reinsurance management. Is an area which requires a lot of guidelines. Garages, medical council wamekuja na matatizo ya health providers, lazima tuwaweke on board. Kwa hazipo nyingi. Mnaweza kwenda South Africa mkaona guidelines ziko ngapi. Mimi nimezihesabu za South Africa zaidi ya 50. A small area and I give guides on how it will be handled. We are coming with the guidelines on governance. Sio kila mtu anaweza kuwa board member wa insurance company au insurance broker. Lazima awe na qualification, lazima awe amesoma, lazima awe anasomeshwa mara kwa mara. Guidelines tutazitoa, na hizo sio nyingi. Tutaziweka kwenye vitabu vizuri vinavyosomeka kwa Kiingereza na Kiswahili. How effective is it in the supervision? That one we will guarantee. It is only you have to change. Tutazifuatilia. Na sio nguvu ya soda. Naendelea kuweka msisitizo kwamba tunatengeneza vijana wazuri sana kwenye mamlaka. Tutawasomesha vizuri, watasafiri vizuri, kujua namna gani tunaweza kusupervise industry iwe clean from fraud, iwe na tija, iwe inaweza kuendelea na iwe ni ya mfano kwa East African nations. Kulikuwa na issue ya distributions. Napenda tu kusema zitakuwepo nyingi. Kuna hamjataja insurance digital platforms. Kutakuwa na hawa garages, medicals and so forth. Because we are saving what matters. What matters to us is uptake and so forth. Mobilization of national savings. Saving the consumer, that is what matters to us. Now, there are things before I conclude. What is my message to this conference? First, I really appreciate kwamba mmeweza kudiscuss the power of inclusive insurance. Hiyo iko measured na mambo yafuatayo. Moja, tunaweza kuongeza watu wangapi wakatumia huduma za bima au bidhaa za bima hapa nchini, kutoka siku ya mkutano huu mpaka mkutano wa 8 ambao mtakutana hapa. Tuangalie kama tumekuwa inclusive. Lakini inclusive insurance itakuwa measured kwa impact. Na impact maana yake ni what problem are we solving to the people, or what value added services are we bringing. Sasa unaweza kuzungumza sana, watu hawaelewi, watu hawataki kununua bima, watu wagumu sana, lakini pengine wanaona tu hamna value added service. Sasa kama sina bima na hata nikiwa naye haina value, why should I buy something which is valueless? Sio? Hebu tuonyeshe value. Lakini value inaonyeshwa vipi? customer experience is very important. I have taken stock of what our customers are saying in my office. Na nitawatajia machache. Sisi tunamuuliza tu, kwani wewe insurance officer amekuambiaje wenye kampuni XYZ? Mimi ameniambia hivi na hivi na hivi. So employees wanawatreat vipi customers wetu kwenye soko? Very frequent one, very frequent. Utaambiwa bora ukubali tu hayo malipo, hakuna kitu utaweza kufanya. That is very frequent. Sasa hii hatujamuelewesha mtu hapo, sio? Tumemtishia tu, kwa sababu wewe ni very professional, insurance ni skills very good, lakini huyo mteja wetu atakuwa sema jamaa mbona ananitishia na nimenunua tu premium kwao. Treatment yetu sio nzuri. Very common other thing is umepeleka kesi TIRA. Shauri yako rafiki yangu. Kwa hiyo sasa nitakukomoa. Yaani umenishtaki TIRA. So if you are a CEO, try to examine how is your officers treating the customers. Internal self-assessment ifanyike. Hakuna maajabu. Na wanaolalamika sio watu wadogo. So the power of these common mwananchi ndio mnaweza mkapata hiyo inclusive insurance. Kwani wewe ukimwambia wewe njoo ni kutreat vizuri ni what is your problem? You know, it is like I've been teaching for 16 years. Hapa kuna wanafunzi wangu wengi kidogo. Sijui kama mwalimu wako akifika darasani akaanza kukutishia kwamba utafeli, kama ndo mwalimu mzuri. Anakuwa sio mwalimu mzuri kwa sababu anakuwa kama anajidefend, sio? So insurance unaijua vizuri. Huyo mteja awe hajakata bima, ana matatizo ya uelewa. Why do you want to force to treat him badly? Why? Why don't you be just very professional? Na hata kama uwezi ukanyamaza basi, kuliko kutuharibia soko letu. Customer treatment kwenye soko na customer experience is something we need to assess. We need to do self-assessment. We are receiving a very unprofessional treatment in the market. Brokers. Mimi sijakuta broker hata moja amekuja na mteja wake anamtetea kwenye ofisi ya commission. Wateja wanakuja wenyewe. Lakini ukimwambia biashara ulifanya na nani? Nilifanya na broker. Broker amekutreat vipi? Ameniambia tu niende kwa insurer. Yeye ameenda mara 2-3 amechoka. Huyo insurer mbaya. Sasa insurer mbaya vipi rafiki yangu? Wewe umpata biashara kwa huyo mtu. Ninajua brokers wachache ambao wamekuja na customers wao, and end to end we have solved the problem. And trust me, those customers are in full in this market. They trust the market. They trust the process. Because there is an issue of getting your claim, but also trusting the process. That you have to have this documentation. If you are not satisfied with this, you can go to my general manager. If you are not satisfied with the general manager, you can go to commissioner. If you are not satisfied, you can go to ombudsman. If you are not satisfied, you can go to court. These people has to be told this professionally, end to end. So what does brokers does in this market? Wakisha choka wao, wanamwacha yule jamaa anatembea mwenyewe. Alafu nataka inclusive insurance. Hatuwezi kuipata kama hatutabadilika. Nategemea baada ya mkutano huu nitakutana na brokers ambao wameandamana na wateja wao walioonewa kwa namna yoyote na insurance, wakawa wasaidizi au washauri wao, kwa sababu hao ndio wateja wao. Eneo la 4 baada ya customer experience ni investment in marketing, mindset, change, approach. Of course there must be value added services to the client. Tuwekeze kwenye kutoa elimu kwa wateja au wananchi. Tumewekeza kidogo, lakini vizuri kuwekeza zaidi. Na I don't buy the narrative kwamba watu wametoka, kuna Olo alikuwa anasema tumetoka kwenye ujamaa, tunaweza kusaidiana. If that works, that's an good insurance. Give me the solutions which is more better, more preferred than what I have. And I know you have. Hatuja invest kwenye hizo kwa sababu hata kuna benki moja ya CRDB wakati fulani walikuwa wanahangaika sana na vikoba na nini, lakini when they found out wale vikoba wanaweza kuwa sehemu ya CRDB, they used that system na wakawa ndo wateja wao wa kwanza. Hivyo vikundi ndo njia, ndo approach, ndo platform ya wewe kwenda kuuza bima yako ambayo unawapa solution hizo groups. Nafikiri kuna investment inatakiwa, tuangalie namna ya kufanya hizo investment na tuje na solutions namna hiyo. Sisi tuko tayari kusaidiana kuangalia where regulation is bringing some problem when we are to invest in education. Things of that nature we can do the exemptions. What I foresee, tutakuwa na more specialization in this market. I expect to have specialization on general insurance companies, life insurance companies, medical insurance companies, and takaful insurance companies. Those are at least 4 companies which we are seeing that coming as a special registrant which we need to regulate. I have taken note of all the conversation and I'll be waiting for the resolution of the conference, Mr. President. As I said, mimi ni muumini wa debate because that makes my mind sharp, working, active. I need a brain to work, to bring a lot of ideas and we will work out. I have seen the point on tendering process. Just bring it up, we will take it and resolve. Taangalia solutions takazopatikana. That is very unfair to have tendered and then inaonekana jina la mtu mwingine wakati wewe unafanya branding ya kampuni yako. On those notes, nawashukuru tena sana kwa kunialika kwenye mkutano wenu. Nawashukuru sana, asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Jamani, makofi mengi kwa kamishna wetu Dr. Bagayo Sakware. Asante sana, na kuwepo kwako imeleta umuhimu kabisa katika conference hii ya leo. Asante sana. Sasa nianzie wapi? In a nutshell, Commissioner has recognized the work done by the organizers of this event, and especially Tiba. It is really a well-organized event. I think that has come from the commissioners. And the second one is talked of the duties and obligations, the roles and functions in totality of TIRA, and the mileage TIRA has made in collaboration with the government institutions, the challenges and gaps that we have in the market. And he has given several clarifications on issues raised during the discussions. And he has outlined the best practice that is required in this market. And finally, he's talked of specialization. Another round of applause for the Commissioner of Insurance. And you know, Commissioner is also Mwalimu, eh? So, and he never said what Mwalimu Anselm told me. Commissioner, when you are not around, my co-host told me sitafika mbali kwa sababu I didn't know mathematics. So I was asking him, hapa ni wapi? I would want to play a video for our sponsors. Yes? Is NIC around? NIC, I called them just to give a word. Oh, you are not there. Eh? You see, this is what the commissioner is talking about. The inclusivity. While we wanted you to speak, you are not there. Come for 1 minute. These are our main sponsors, not unless they refuse next year to sponsor Tiba. Eh? Karibu. Makofi kwa NIC. Sisi ndo bima. Somebody was asking me, why do I talk about NIC and I work for another company? My time is coming.
Asante moderator. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania.
Kazi iendelee.
Kwa majina naitwa Kafiti kutoka shirika la bima la taifa NIC, nikimwakilisha mkurugenzi mtendaji Dr. Lema Dorie. Kwa niaba ya NIC management na board, tunaomba kwamba kuwapongeza Tiba kwa mkutano huu, lakini bila kusahau NIC tumekuwa mdau mkubwa wa Tiba. So kama NIC tunaendelea kuwasupport na mikutano yote inayokuja tutaendelea kuwa main sponsor, kwa sababu nyinyi ni watu ambao sisi kama NIC tunawategemea ili kuendesha biashara. Tunafahamu kwamba intermediaries ndio uti wa mgongo wa insurance company hapa nchini. Kwa hiyo kwa kutambua hilo, tunawahakikishia kwamba brokers wote tunawakaribisha kufanya kazi na NIC. Tunawakaribisha kuhakikisha kwamba tutawapa huduma bora. NIC kama mnavyoiona sasa hivi is not the NIC you used to know before. This is a new NIC ambayo tumeimprove kwa kiwango kikubwa huduma zetu, wote ni mashahidi. Mheshimiwa Commissioner ametoka kuongea hapa, mwalimu wangu, kwamba NIC sasa hivi ni miongoni mwa mashirika ya bima yaliyo bora kabisa hapa nchini. Kwa hiyo tumefungua milango kwa brokers wote, njoni tufanye kazi na NIC. NIC has revolved, NIC has changed. We are committed to save all of one of you, kuhakikisha kwamba soko la bima tunaendelea kuliendeleza kwa uaminifu na huduma bora zaidi. Baada ya kusema hayo machache, karibuni sana NIC, tuko tayari kufanya kazi na nyinyi. NIC, sisi ndio bima.
Sisi ndio bima. Thank you so much. Thank you so much NIC. And we recognize the presence of NIC board chair, Mr. Justin Mwandu is around us. And it is Kafiti, it is recorded. It is recorded. So next year you'll be still the main the main sponsors. Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, umeisikia hiyo? Sasa usitubanie nani saini yako. Tanri, award from Tanri. Award from Tanri. Oh, out of sight, out of mind, but we will have them in mind for next year's sponsorship. Now let me play a video for ZIC. ZIC is our platinum sponsors. Let me give them some time, just a minute, please. Sisi ni watu analog sana, yani dakika moja video haijashuka. But NIC is here. You can keep your video. NIC? ZIC. Si unajua nimerogwa na ile sponsorship ya mwakani. Kwa sababu nitapata nafasi tena yako. ZIC? Any representative from ZIC? Just a minute please. Wameenda msikini? Hapana, wapo. Karibu. ZIC are our platinum sponsors. CRDB mjiandae, CRDB Insurance Company.
Asante MC. Sijui kama niko sahihi kukita hivyo.
Niite host.
Asante host wetu. Asanteni pia nyote, nadhani nimeshtukizwa, lakini naitwa Farhat Juma Suleiman, ni afisa kutoka Zanzibar Insurance Corporation na mwakilisha bosi wetu. Sina mengi ya kusema, lakini tumeenjoy, tumekuwa na muda mzuri sana, tumepata connection nzuri sana. Nadhani si vitu vya kujiuliza, tutakuwa nanyi mara zote, mara hii, mara ijayo na mara zote. Asanteni sana.
Tiba na wapigeni sana debe. ZIC nayo watakuwa kwenye platinum au amen? No. Enda umwambie bwana Arafat bwana, tunataka awe men. CRDB Insurance Company. This company siji kama ameunderwrite hata third party. Amewezaje kuingia kwenye gold sponsorship? Yeah? Karibu sana Mr. Wilson Mzava. Nawaambieni muende gym, hamtaki.
Dr. Sakware, Commissioner of Insurance from Tanzania Insurance Regulatory Authority. Mr. Olo, President of Tiba. Mr. Abubakari, President of East Africa Insurance Brokers Association. Dear CEO leaders from Insurance Fraternity, invited guests, people from Media Council, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take a few minutes to talk about CRDB Insurance Company. First and foremost, I would like to commend organizing committee for the wonderful Tiba annual conference here in Dodoma. Second, I would like also to thank the regulator and his team for giving us license to underwrite general insurance business here in Tanzania. Why CRDB Insurance? We believe in the power of inclusive insurance in our country. We know that there is financial sector master plan for 2020-2030, where government aspiration is to meet at least 50% of adult population to have at least one insurance policy, to improve on insurance distribution channel, to design demand-driven insurance products, to leverage on technology, to improve our GDP from 0.68% to at least 5%, just to mention few. So with those government aspirations, our group strategy from CRDB Bank PLC to CRDB Insurance Company is to support government aspiration to meet our target for 2030. There is untapped opportunity in insurance market in this country. It needs more than you players to join hands so that we can distribute demand-driven products to our people. So we believe in partnership. We are not coming to compete with you guys. We are here to complement for each other. I'm urging you, all of you, that let's join hands together. Let's work together so that we can exceed the 2030 targets. So that maybe we can have 60% in terms, 60% and not 50% of adult population to have at least one insurance policy. As I said earlier, we believe in technology. We are going to invest in technology. We embrace technology. We believe a lot of things. I urge all insurance brokers, the doors are open for partnership. Please karibuni sana so that you can partner from today, insurance agents, loss assessors, and the like. Karibuni sana CRDB. We are part of CRDB Bank PLC. Thank you, and most welcome to CRDB Bank. Asante sana.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson, and thank you for sponsoring gold at the Tiba this year. So mwaka kesho utakuwa main sponsor kwa sababu umeongea zaidi ya dakika moja. Ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, allow me welcome Mr. Omari. As Omari comes on stage, please play the two videos that you were supposed to play. Omari will take us through the resolutions of this conference. Thank you.
Kwa majina naitwa Wilson Mzava, Managing Director wa CRDB Insurance Company. Kampuni yetu ni kampuni tanzu ya CRDB Bank PLC. Tunachukumia nafasi hii kuambia wadau wote wanaoshiriki katika mkutano huu wa Tiba kwamba benki yetu ya CRDB imetuletea kampuni tanzu ya bima ili tuweze kuwahudumia Watanzania waliokuwa wengi. Wadau wote ambao mko hapa, washauri wa bima pamoja na mawakala, maagent, tunawakaribisha sana mfanye kazi na CRDB Insurance Company.
Next year, these people will have to be the main sponsors. After speaking for more than 1 minute, the advert was also played. Good afternoon, delegates, Commissioner, Dr. Bagayo Sakware, President of Tiba, Mr. Okotolo, and President of the East African Insurance Brokers. The name is a little bit out. I just know Abdul. Delegates, I would like to first thank you for the 2 very nice and thought-provoking days. My name is Omari Aziz. I'm here and I'll be taking us through the resolutions of the 7th Tiba Annual Insurance Conference. And we did not have too many resolutions this year. We were able to just collect around 20, which I believe we will be able to meet their timelines. So to quickly save time so that we can go have lunch, I'll start with the first one. Now, the conference urges the establishment of a national financial literacy program for inclusive insurance awareness in Tanzania We expect this resolution to be done by August 2024, probably around the time we are meeting for the 8th conference. And the responsible parties are the Ministry of Finance, TIRA, and the ATI. The second resolution is a call upon cross-sector collaboration for innovative inclusive insurance products. We expect to have this we expect this to go to around the first quarter in 2021. The third resolution recommends for the establishment of a national task force for inclusive insurance promotion in Tanzania. The fourth resolution supports the integration of InsurTech solutions and regulatory sandbox in East Africa's insurance landscape to encourage and support widespread adoption of applied digital solutions in the insurance broker industry, and so as to enhance efficiency, personalization, and predictive capabilities. The fifth is enhanced regulatory framework for inclusive insurance. Sixth, establishing a collaborative risk management framework for expanding inclusive insurance coverage in East Africa. The seventh calls upon the strengthening of our Insurer Startup Partnership for Inclusive Insurance Access Initiative. We also urge on the increasing of retention capacity to enhance the insurance industry's ability to manage complex risk and provide timely assistance to affected communities. The ninth, implement a comprehensive program to detect and prevent insurance fraud, safeguarding the financial health of the insurance market and maintaining affordability for honest policyholders. The 10th, encourage introduction of green insurance products to promote sustainable investments in the insurance sector to support environmental conservation and climate change mitigation efforts. The 11th, directs the industry stakeholders to create a trusted and transparent insurance ecosystem with technology such as blockchain to improve transparency, security, and efficiency in the insurance industry. The 12th, directs the industry stakeholders to prioritize cybersecurity measures in the insurance industry so as to safeguard sensitive data and customer information. The 13th, advises the players to establish a comprehensive national agriculture insurance program in Tanzania. The 14th, calls for the development of a parametric insurance scheme for natural disasters designed to trigger predetermined payouts based on specific parameters. The 15th, conduct research on inclusive insurance models, thereby informing the design and implementation of effective and inclusive social insurance schemes in Tanzania. 16th, encourage investment in protective analytics by making use of historical data and statistical modeling to forecast future of inclusive insurance, now moving away from reactive approaches. The 17th, conduct specialized training programs to banks and other intermediaries to enhance their expertise before engaging in complex insurance transaction as intermediaries. 18th, increase the number of security deposits, trust, or trust funds mechanism to safeguard policyholders' interests and ensure fair practices in the industry. The 19th, a call upon review of cash and carry provision to establish guidelines and a consumer complaint redress mechanism to address grievances related to cash and carry policies. Hiyo tushachinjiwa baharini hapa hapa. Nadhani mmesikia. The last and the 20th, which I really like to emphasize on, is a call upon the introduction of 100% intermediary market to establish a level playing field in the insurance market. We pray that the Assembly adopts the resolution for the 7th Tiba Annual Conference 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Omari. do we call for adoption? A proposer, a seconder? We assume we are in the parliament. I hope these are the solutions we have. Yes, Mr. Commissioner would want to say something. Karibu.
I have 3 observations on the resolution. One, it appears to me to be too many and difficult to act effectively. 2, I think the issues which are recommendations and resolutions. So my suggestion is that we deliberate those, whether resolution or recommendation, but we deliberate it to be submitted to the Tiba Council for discussion and therefore put forward to appropriate authorities. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. And I think your advice is taken care of. That we take this to the Tiba Council for deliberations, then they will take it finally for the proposals for this event. Thank you. I hope the Secretariat, you've noted that, and please take note. Now, because of time,
there's a hand.
I would request, yes?
There's a hand.
Oh, there's one. Oh,
yeah,
thank you.
Sorry, ni mchango kidogo. Ni pendekezo katika, inaweza kuwa ni sehemu ya resolution. Niko na propose kuwe na sort of study, maybe it could be in safe regulations au chochote ambacho itengenezwe TOR, ifanyike study, and next conference tuwe na presentation ya findings ambazo at least zinaweza katuambia broker tumefika wapi, tunafanya nini to improve, wapi to improve. Yes, presentation are quite very good, but I propose let's have our own local made study. But yes, nimeona kuna study ya 2025, lakini we can have another study ambayo na ikaweza kusaidia kwenye conference ijayo. Lakini la pili, nimekuja kwa niaba ya chuo IFM. IFM imekuwa ni sehemu ya industry kwa muda mrefu, and if we can look here, graduate wa IFM are numbered. Unfortunately, ningependa kushauri au kuomba tuendelee kuwa sehemu ya industry, na tunajivunia kwa mchango ambao tumeshaujenga mpaka sasa, lakini pia tunaomba tuendelee kuwatumikia na tuendelee kushirikiana. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Thank you, Mwalimu Frank, for the 2 points. One, the resolution that you'd want to be incorporated in the proposals, and the second one is IFM to be part of the industry. So I think the Tiba Council, you take that forward. In the next event, please ensure even IFM is aligned. Thank you. Without much ado, I would request Mr. Commissioner to come on stage. I would want to appreciate our presenters and the chairman Tiba and the men in white t-shirts, please. All men in white t-shirts. All men in white t-shirts. First of all, they wanted to take a picture with the commissioner, so I'll give them that chance. Where is the president and Madam Deputy President? Koi was around. I think she's just gone out shortly. I wish she was also around to help us. Madam Deputy President, please. Now we are giving the presenters, especially the Yeba. This one is for Mr. You can read it well. Mubiliki. Jen Mubiliki.
Jean-Pierre Mobility.
Jean-Pierre. Oh, pictures. He must be speaking Lingala. Congratulations, congratulations. Thank you. Mr. Mwangi. Mr. Abdul. Mr. Abdul, unajua Mr. Abdul ni kijana wa mjini. Unaona hata kofia yake tofauti sana. Haujawahi kuona kofia na miwani juu ya kofia? Mr. Mubame, Mohame, Paul doesn't know even one Swahili, so doctor, don't talk to him in Swahili. Mr. Okoth Olo, a man with very unique name. Obama, Oteka, Miguna. Thank you. Ziko vitu vitu vingi kidogo. I would want to appreciate the presenters, the morning presenters. Yeah? No. Morning presenters. The morning presenters. Just put it. You don't have the PAs here. Although you think I'm your PA. Please, you can help.
No, it's okay.
Oh.
Can you take a picture of this?
Oh, okay. Toeni haraka. Mr. Morris Amogola. Mr. Morris Amogola. Yeah. You have to color the event. Morris is coming. Sebo. Ogambachi. Etiwari. Bulunji Sebo. Mr. Solomon Rubondo. Mr. Solomon Rubondo. Oh, you want to? Mr. Justin Mwandu. The Honorable Chairman, Board, National Insurance Corporation, Mr. Justin Mwandu. Mr. Amir Kiwanda, the President. Mr. Amir Kiwanda, the President. Mr. Amir Kiwanda. Mr. Mani Tuntufie. Gani mebaki? Okay. Now I would request only the commissioner, the Tiba president, Tiba deputy president, and the Yeba president to remain on stage. The rest, please. Itakuwa baadaye. Yes. Now, I would want to appreciate our sponsors. Tanri. Yes. Sorry, not Tanri. Silver sponsors. Okay. Silver sponsors. Africari. Jubilee. Africari. Any representative from Africari? If none, Tanri can pick on their behalf. Oh, Tiba can pick on their behalf. Madam pick it on their behalf. Zitoe kwenye nani? Wanataka waone. Box watachukua. Jubilee Alliance. Jubilee Alliance inabidi upite kule, lakini wewe umesha pita tu wewe kijana. NMB Insurance, not insurance. NMB Bank. NMB Bank. Which one is this? Inan. Zepri. Tiba will pick on their behalf. Zepri. Now bronze. Bronze on that category, Alliance Life, Britam, Fast Assurance, Grandry, Heritage, Minet, Meticulous, MIC Global Risk, Minerva, Reliance and Strategies. Britam Insurance. Britam Insurance. ATI. Minet. MIC Global Risk. MIC Global Risk. Alliance Insurance. Alliance Insurance. This is Alliance General. Yeah. Alliance Life. Alliance. They are not there. Yeah, pick. Now you are coming to pick both. For Alliance Life and Alliance General. Are you from Alliance Life or General? Okay. No, yeah, you will take both. Minevari. Minevari is a new kid in the block. Minevari. New kid in the block and is able to support. Meticulous. Meticulous. Yes. Grandry. Grandry. Fast assurance. Fast assurance. Fast assurance. Thank you all for your support. Strategies. 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 Reliance. Reliance. Oh, Reliance boss, the boss mwenyewe. Barabara che. Okay. Heritage. Heritage insurance. Heritage insurance. Heritage. Oh, okay. Now, partners. ATI tayari. TA Africa map. Trans-Africa. Oh, this is Trans-Africa, apologies. Trans-Africa. Trans-Africa. Trans-Africa is left. Jubilee Life. Jubilee Life is coming. Mayfair to follow up. Mayfair to follow. Then Demeter. Mayfair. Demeter. Jubilee Health. Jubilee Health. Axavia. Axavia. GA. GA Insurance. I saw Mr. Amit. Aris. Bumako Insurance. Bumako. Bumako. MIC. MIC mbona tulisha? Milmar, apologies. Milmar. Impex. Wewe ungechukua hata ya kwako huko. AIB. AIBT. Panafricri. Panafricri. IC Lion. Mtu mmoja afanye kazi mbili. IC Lion Insurance, the biggest insurance company in East Africa. Assemble. Oh, no, it's Assemble. It's coming. Yeah. MGen Tanzania. Oh. Yeah, commissioner. Thank you so much. Now, I would want the president to give the Commission of Insurance. Yeah, commissioner ni nzuri. And I grow up, I would want to be the commissioner. So, the president give commissioner his award. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, commissioner, for coming, for gracing the occasion. Makofi mengi. Thank you. Commissioner, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. Leave the podium. You want to remain here? Now, I would want to take 1 minute to welcome the final speaker, and the final speaker will be giving vote of thanks, and that is Mr. Nelson Omolo. Makofi jamani wakati Mr. Omolo. I'm just wondering, in this conference we've had so many Omolos, so I don't know who is this Omolo.
We were only two, Bwana. Thank you very much, Bwana host. Fellow participants, I think this is a good time to take it home. May I request that we just stand up and stretch. I know we have sat for a long time. Let's just stand up and stretch for 1 second only. Yeah, just stretch. Very good. We can take our seats. I promise that I want to do it in the shortest time possible. I think 30 minutes is not bad. Did I say 30? No, I meant 3 minutes. Fellow participants, I want to, on behalf of Tiba, I've been requested to recognize and also express their gratitude for your attendance and for participating at this conference. So I will recognize and appreciate the presence of the following: the President of Tiba and your council members, fellow presidents representing country associations of Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, the current and past presidents of the board of AIBA, the organizing committee of Tiba conference and the secretariat, the chief executive officer of the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Tanzania and your able officers, the office of the cabinet secretary and Ministry of Finance, and all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Fellow delegates, I would like us to congratulate ourselves for having participated and prosecuted the conference in a highly dignified manner under the theme, the power of an inclusive market, insurance market. We saw how the tone of the conference was ably set by our chief guest, Madam Jennifer Molo. I think that is the Molo that President was referring. I mean the host. Thank you. The keynote speaker, Dr. Ben Kajuang, further broke down the theme into three parts, giving us scenarios in the international market. He further gave us the scenario in the continent before bringing it home to the Tanzania markets. In the words of Tiba President, Brother Kotholo, the role of brokers was likened to that of tour guides, lawyers, and even wakunga. I hope I didn't say waganga, is it? These are nurses, midwives. Thank you. However, the question of the matter of inclusive market still has a few loose ends to be dealt with, and I want to request the organizers of the Tiba conference, as well as the presidents of the East African region, to really engage and open conversation on this matter of trust deficit. Trust deficit was mentioned more than 20 times during the discussion, and it brings to the fore the difference between what the brokers and the consumers expect, or what the brokers and the consumers want, or is it what the brokers and the consumers need compared to what the insurers are delivering? I think that is a conversation that will require to be prosecuted. What are we expecting? The insurer is delivering a promise. The broker and the consumer is expecting a certain promise. So this gap must be bridged so that it becomes as close as possible to foster long-term growth and value. So I'm requesting our leaders, presidents and the associations, to engage actively so that we can deal with that matter. From what I've gathered from colleagues, we are highly encouraged by the great success noted at this event, not only in terms of sheer numbers in attendance, but more importantly, by the quality of presenters and the topics covered. Allow me to now congratulate the following for their roles. First is the organizing committee for a job well done, the organizing committee of Tiba. Thank you very much. You did your job very well. Second, allow me to thank the Tiba Secretariat, which has been an enabler for the presenters and the speakers. Tiba Secretariat. Allow me to also thank the sponsors, which were mainly the underwriters, brokers, reinsurance brokers, direct brokers, banks, and other partners. We thank you and we wish that we continue that partnership. I want to thank the events manager, Madam Sophie, for joining all the pieces together to give us such a successful event. We thank you, Madam. Tiba members, I want to recognize and appreciate you for your dedication and for your active participation from day one to this moment. Thank you very much, Tiba members. I also want to thank the owners of this facility for having given us all the amenities that were required and that facilitated our stay here. It has been exciting, and we thank them for all that. Did I hear any clap? Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I think it is now time to take it home. I want to thank everybody who attended this conference and wish all of you journey mercies as you take your journey back home. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Omolo. Makofi mengi tena kwake. Thank you so much. We are almost ending, and our work in the next 2 minutes will be done. I'll be giving my performance report to the Tiba Council. Where is my co-host? Mwalimu, kila mbuzi anakula kwa urefu wa kamba yake. Na mmeona sasa hata sijapewa hata zawadi hapa edi. Zawadi yangu ni mnipeni bima. The host for this conference was Jared Awando. I'm the CEO of ICA Lion Insurance. I do this for pleasure, and I do this for our industry. So we are at Mikocheni. For the Ugandans, Kenyans, Rwandese, please give us business the other end. Yeah? We have staff who do not send back clients like what Koi was talking about. Kwanza tunawapa chai, kwanza wanakunywa chai, hata kama alikuja na pressure. Commissioner ask Olo siku moja amekuja na pressure kubwa sana, karibu aniue. Baada ya kumpa chai, tukamaliza. Thank you so much. Allow me welcome the convener, and I will not forget my co-host, Dr. Anselim Mushi. Anselim is the CEO and founder of Acclavia Insurance Brokers. So ukikuta chochote huko jamani, Sinaya amefanya kazi nzuri. Kila mbuzi anakula kwa urefu wa kamba yake. Final announcement. Ladies, you are required to remain behind. Excursion is on for those who want to go for excursion for tomorrow. Please, the registration is at the counter. And those who are traveling back tomorrow and Sunday, ensure you register for the pickup. Finally, I would want to appreciate Madam Sophia. Madam Sophie, come. Hey, kila mbuzi anakula kwa urefu wa kamba yake. She's the event. Jamani, makofi kwake. Amefanya kazi vizuri jamani, tumepata ukumbi nzuri and everything has gone well. Wonderful. You are doing a great job. Address yako iko wapi?
Tuko located at Diplomat House, Dar es Salaam. Ukiangalia notebooks kwa nyuma kuna address yetu na email na kila kitu.
Utanigaia 10%, si nimekupamba. May I take this opportunity to welcome the convener, Madam Deputy President, to close it up and call it a day. Thank you so much. Obrigado.
Thank you, host. You said I shouldn't call you MC. MCs for weddings and birthdays, right? So, tunashukuru sana kwa kazi nzuri, for you and your co-host, kwa kazi nzuri mliofanya. Had few announcements, of which some of them you have already preempted. One, we shall have a Yaba board meeting after the lunch. So the presidents and the board members, after the lunch, kindly you'll come back to this same venue for the meeting. The other announcement with regards to the women in insurance in Tanzania, Madam Lindiu had requested us that we can remain for a few minutes while others are proceeding for lunch for just 10 or 15 minutes. There are some announcements to share. The other, regards to dinner, we shall have dinner at Midland Hotel at from 19 hours. And the good enough that we shall have a live band. Those who were at barbecue yesterday, I think you witnessed the vibes that was there. So today we shall have a live band and we shall have a dancing competition. So get prepared. Again, the excursion, as the host has mentioned, the registration is still ongoing, so it's open. We already have 72 people who will attend at Dodoma Hearts of Wine and Cheese. So registration is still open. You can register at the desk outside. We shall leave tomorrow at exactly 8, so don't miss the opportunity. Also, as the host has mentioned, that for those who are leaving tomorrow and the next day, that they should register at the registration desk, at least to enable easy pickups. The last one is, I think this is what we have been also waiting. The lunch is served. You are all welcome for lunch after we had invited our Commissioner of Insurance to close. So once we finish up, the lunch is ready and everything is served. So we're gonna have a lunch, then we'll meet in the evening at Midland Hotel. We'll be picked by the buses. Please get ready. By 19 hours sharp, we'll be there for us to have fun and dance and enjoy. Thank you very much for having you here. I hope you have all enjoyed. You have learned, you have relearned, you have relaxed, and see you next year. God bless you. And at this moment, I'd like to invite Dr. Sakware, our Commissioner of Insurance, to close our conference for this 2023. Thank you.
Good evening. Is it afternoon or evening? Good. Good afternoon. First of all, I wish to thank again Tiba organizers. My duty here is to say a few words and close the conference. We are very happy with the conference, organizers, everything. Next year, I hope you will invite DRC Congo, South Africa, South Sudan, because they are also part of East African community. With those few remarks, I officially announce the 7th Tiba annual Tiba conference officially closed. Thank you very much.